Good morning.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Additional Director Generals, Dr. Nimal Jayavira and Dr. Susil Silva, Directors of the Department of Animal Production and Health, the Senior Lecturers of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, and Dr. Lakmali Arampola, Project Manager, no? Project Manager, yes. And especially our participants, the veterinarians of the Department of Animal Production and Health. Good morning to you again. Today, this workshop is organized by the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and the Department of Animal Production and Health jointly. It is one program of One Health Poultry Hub project, as Dr. Palika mentioned. So actually, the objectives of One Health Poultry Hub project are increase consumer acceptance to poultry products, reduce zoonosis, AMR, and pandemic risk, increase export potential, and also to give recommendations to improve acts and regulations pertaining to the poultry sector. So all these objectives are very much in line with the Department of Animal Production and Health objectives in relation to the poultry sector. So we also have same objectives and same activities regarding poultry sector as the DAPH. So the One Health Poultry Hub project and the DAPH objectives are same actually for the poultry sector. So the disease diagnosis is one of the main area that cater all these demands. That means to increase the consumer acceptance, the poultry diseases should be diagnosed well, and we have to treat the flock very immediately. And also we should have control plans, and also to reduce zoonosis, AMR, pandemic risk, also increase export potential, especially the disease diagnosis is the main part. Actually, if I'm talking about the poultry sector is well developed. They have the capacity to produce what we need, the demand. So we are demand sufficient in poultry products, meat and eggs. And also the poultry sector is private sector domain, but they have private sector people, investors have invested a lot to cater the full demand of the country. They have invested. And also quality standards are in par with international standards. So we have to be proud actually. The poultry sector quality standards are in par with the international standard. So we are in a stage to do exports. So quality standards are okay. And also we are free from HPI, bird flu. In this scenario, we can, I think the poultry sector people can catch the export market as well. To catch the export market, control diseases, especially public health related diseases, are very important. So in this scenario, this project is very much important to the department, especially for the poultry sector. So today's workshop in poultry disease diagnosis for veterinarians is very much important. So you have to know and you have to expand your knowledge and expand your capacity and also your competence, confident to diagnose a disease and to lay down a control plan if we want to export poultry products to other countries, because the DAPH should certify or give zoo sanitary certification for exportation. In this scenario, today's workshop is very much important for the department and also all these veterinarians. So I am thankful to this project organizers for organizing this kind of workshop for you all. And also I know the veterinarians and the faculty people are joining online as well. So I welcome all the participants today, additional director generals, directors, senior lecturers, Dr. Gamlat, and all the participants who are present here in person, as well as joining this workshop online as well. Thank you.
So according to the agenda, now having the very important part, today we are fortunate to have Dr. Gamlat with us. Dr. Gamlat is one of the enormous specialists in poultry industry who is working in there in more than 22 years. He is having good knowledge and not only in poultry diseases, but also in poultry breeding, management, and nutrition. Currently, he is working as the freelance consultant in the field. He is also a product of veterinary faculty, University of Peradeniya. Without taking much time, I cordially invite Dr. Gamlat to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the nice introduction, Dr. Palika. It's an honor to be your invitation to deliver this lecture. Actually, I'm a broiler breeder consultant. So that means I'm in charge of looking after the operations of broiler breeding. So, of course, in broiler breeding and in other broiler operations, the main thing is we are concerned with the production. So, when there's a disease outbreak, that means a huge loss to the operation. So, our main concern is the prevention of diseases. So, anyway, when the diseases do occur sometimes, then we have to go for disease diagnosis as well as proper treatment protocols. So let me outline my lecture. So I'll have a brief introduction to poultry and poultry diseases. Then I'll talk about taking history or anamnesis. Then observations of the farm environment is important. Then observation of the flock as a whole, as individual birds is important. Then when there's a mortality, we need postmortem examination. So before that, we need external examination of the carcasses, then the postmortem examination procedure, and very important, because in all postmortems, of course, in some postmortems, you can come to a conclusion, but in most of the postmortems, you cannot come to a confirmatory diagnosis. So sending samples to the laboratory is important. Then we have to come to differential diagnosis or tentative diagnosis and start the treatment before the laboratory results are coming. So once the lab confirmation is received, we have to adjust our treatment protocol. Finally, I'll do a case study, an interesting case study, and I will lastly, I'll talk about the constraints to diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of poultry diseases in our country. Right. So let me start with the basics. So the topic given to me is poultry disease diagnosis. So poultry is a broad term. So poultry means it's the name given to all the types of domesticated birds. Not only chicken, turkeys, ducks, geese, pigeons, any bird species used for useful purposes by people, right? So in this lecture, of course, in Sri Lanka, we are mainly working with chicken. So chicken means layers and broilers, the brown layers, white layers, and broilers. So mainly my experience is with broilers, especially broiler breeders. So my examples are mainly on broilers. Now, when we talk about the poultry industry, evolution of the poultry industry has a very big impact on disease manifestation. Because unlike in small scale farming, modern poultry production means large number of birds in a small confined space. So this gives ideal conditions for rapid multiplication of pathogens, and this will cause infectious disease explosions. So our responsibility is minimizing such disease explosions. For this purpose, the important thing is biosecurity. So I cannot talk about poultry management without biosecurity. So as I first told you, the most important thing in poultry business is prevention of diseases. So biosecurity is a most important word in poultry management. Now, for example, if you take a modern broiler bird, to reach 2 kilograms. In 1957, it took 87 days. But today, just in 33 days, a broiler bird will reach 2 kilograms. This is because of mainly three things, that is genetics, nutrition, and management. So as I told you, these birds are, of course, special birds, artificial birds in closed house environments. So our management, proper management is very much important to prevent diseases. Now, this slide is from a primary breeder company. One of the primary breeder companies called COP. So they have collected data regarding breeder postmortem mortality and culling, the reasons for breeder mortality and culling in Asia, Europe, Middle East, and Africa regions. Now you can see the diseases, the diseases which causes highest mortalities were number one, you can see peritonitis, then skin injuries, ovary regression, dehydration, worm infection. So you can see now there are no classical infectious diseases are not the major cases for higher mortality, but you can see most of the diseases are management diseases. And also by postmortem, they haven't gone for definitive diagnosis. So they have presented their data like, you can see air sacculitis, beak abnormalities, cloacitis, dehydration, dermatitis, like this. So that means by postmortem only you cannot go for confirmatory diagnosis. So because sometimes we think that by only postmortem, you can find out all the diseases. You can conclude all the diseases, but it's impossible. So if we go to basics, disease is a state of ill-being that has a cause and adverse consequences. So a disease occurs when bodily activities are impaired due to the action of infectious or non-infectious causes such as deficiencies and toxicities. So these terms are used to define diseases. So I'll mention a few. So you need these terms to define diseases, because these things are, I know we all know these things, very basics, but just to refresh our memory. And the other thing, we have 2 hours of time. So these terms like acute versus chronic, infectious versus non-infectious, contagious versus non-contagious. So these terms are used to define diseases. So another 2 common terms are mortality percentage and morbidity percentage. Then we can describe diseases by its pathogenesis, like the systems or organs affected. For example, if you take Newcastle disease, it's a multi-system disease. So it may be a respiratory disease, it may be a digestive disease, it may be a nervous disease, or even it can be a reproductive disease when the reproductive tract is infected. Then the causes of diseases broadly can be divided as infectious and non-infectious. So infectious, we know viruses, bacteria, fungi, parasites, and non-infectious may be nutritional, may be environmental, may be toxins. And now this is important. You see, Now, when there's a disease, what we see is this uh, signs of disease expression, like maybe death, reduced growth rate, reduced FCR, reduced egg production or hatchability, or reduced carcass quality, maybe food contamination at the uh, consumer level. So now, depending on this disease signs, this observation, we have to uh, derive at the cause of this condition. For example, if it's an infectious disease, the challenge dose of the causative pathogen, intercurrent infections, even the genotype of the bird, whether broiler, layer, it's important. So likewise in nutritional diseases, maybe inadequacy of a nutrient, maybe excess, maybe imbalance. When you talk environment factors, because the modern broilers are mostly reared in closed houses, so its temperature, humidity, especially ventilation rate, airspeed, ammonia, these things are important. Now we know, we call this infectious disease equation. So a disease is a interaction between the pathogen, host, and the environment. So the agent means the challenge dose, that is the number of pathogen. The type, virulence, and route of entry are important. So for example, if you take highly pathogenic avian influenza, it's very virulent. So even healthiest of birds may succumb to the disease. But low pathogenic avian influenza means it behaves very differently. It's even apathogenic to certain species of poultry. So the same avian influenza virus, but the difference is in the virulence. If this environment condition favor the pathogen, for example, concurrent immunosuppressive infections, it will favor the agent or the pathogen. Then if you take the host factors, host factors that influence the outcome of the disease, the number one is the host immunity. So that's why we do many vaccinations, especially in breeders, layers, in long-lived birds, we use a lot of vaccinations. Then host age, nutritional status, genetics, concurrent immunosuppressive diseases, these can be considered as host factors. Then the environment. Now, environment factors can influence the agent. For example, litter condition can influence coccidia. The bad litter, wet litter means more coccidia. Another example is ammonia condition. Elevated ammonia means elevated ammonia can adversely affect the ciliary activity of the trachea, and they can damage the cilia, and even they can depress macrophage activity. So, so these three factors, the pathogen, the host, and the environment, we have to consider in disease management. Then the timeline of an infectious disease is also important. We know after the incubation period, there's the disease phase, and also after latent period, there's a period of communicability. So this timeline of an infectious disease is important in disease diagnosis, because in poultry disease diagnosis, we go to the farm and we take the history. So that means this time period is very important. We have to get the exact timeline of the disease from the farm staff. So this graph is important. Now, actually, this list of diseases I took from a presentation from MSD. So it lists out the important diseases in our region. So they have categorized them according to like respiratory diseases, intestinal diseases, egg production, likewise. And I'll just to refresh your memory, I'll name a few. For respiratory diseases, the important diseases in this region are Newcastle, IB, ILT, Mycoplasma, AMPV, AI, IC, and Aspergillus. So intestinal diseases, fowl typhoid, pullorum, polybacillosis, cocci. There are enteric viral diseases, internal parasites, and again now necrotic enteritis is now very common. So egg production diseases, if you take Newcastle, IB, ILT, Mycoplasma, AMPV, AI, IC, EDS, AE, and fowl typhoid can be considered as egg production diseases. So another very important set of diseases is immunosuppressive diseases, because especially in long-lived birds like breeders, O layers, we have to prevent occurring of these diseases, because if these diseases, the birds get infected with these diseases, so their immunity will be low and they are prone to so many other diseases, and this operation will be a loss, especially Marek's disease, chicken anemia, IPD, reticular endotheliosis, leukosis. Now leukosis J group, about 20 years back, this was found in one broiler breeder line, leukosis J. Then Rio is also immunosuppressive, and fowl adenovirus. Now, currently there's a lot of discussions about fowl adenovirus, and it also is having immunosuppressive properties. Then vertically transmitted diseases are mostly important in breeders. So breeder flocks should be properly vaccinated for these vertically transmitted diseases like Rio, chicken anemia, fowl adeno. You can see it's also vertically transmitted. Mycoplasmas, both MG and MS, AE, and Salmonella. And also zoonotic diseases like paratyphoid Salmonella and Campylobacter, right? This is a good list of diseases for the South Asian region, right? Now, if I list out the most important, first I list out the most important is bacterial, mycoplasmal, fungal, and protozoal diseases in our country. The list would look like, first, of course, you will agree, E. coli is everywhere. Then now necrotic enteritis, Clostridium is very common. Then Campylobacter is there. Now there are this Enterococcus C. corum lesions and conditions we observe in the field, right? Streptococcus, Staphylococcus, they are common. This also, we should give much attention to this bacteria, Ornithobacterium rhinotracheale, because this is also present. If you do ELISA in most of the birds, long-lived birds, you will find this positive. Salmonella are there, foul cholera, pasturella, then MG, MS, aspergillosis, poxy, leukocytozoon. These I can list out as important bacterial diseases. This is because I am working with large scale broiler breeder companies. So those farms are having a lot of biosecurity measures. So as field veterinarians, you may come across more diseases than this. So as per my experience, I have listed out this one. So Dr. Chintana, can you please tell me what are the other important bacterial diseases you observe in the field? Coryza you see, no? Right. Because in most of the breeder farms now, coryza is eliminated. Thank you. Then now we know in bacteria, it can be classified as aerobic bacteria like E. coli, Salmonella, so you can easily culture. Then anaerobic bacteria, Clostridium, difficult to culture. And there are microelephilic bacteria like Campylobacter. So then I'll go for the viral diseases. Before that, just to refresh you, remind you the classification of viruses. So viruses can be classified as whether they contain DNA or RNA, and whether this DNA or RNA is single-stranded or double-stranded. Example, double-stranded DNA, pox, adeno, herpes, single-stranded DNA, parvo, cerco, double-stranded RNA, Rio, Berna, Gumboro single-stranded RNA negative sense, orthomixo, paramixo, that is AI, ND, those viruses. Then single-stranded RNA positive sense viruses, coronaviruses, astroviruses, picornaviruses. So out of these viruses, what we have observed here is A is there. This is also very important. Avian metapneumovirus. Now, since more than 15 years, now we are identify this virus in the field and even in the breeder farms. Astrovirus, chicken anemia, EDS, fowl adenovirus 1. Usually, they are depending on the disease syndrome, they are named as inclusion body hepatitis, hepatitis hydropericardium syndrome, adenoviral gizzard erosion. Then fowl pox is there, IB, IBD, ILT, Marex, ND, Rio. So, Dr. Chintan, can you help me with this list also with your experience? Maybe what are the other important viral diseases you have come across? This is because, as I told you, I'm involved in breeder farms, which are having high biosecurity. Even in these farms, I have found outbreaks of these diseases. Even leukosis. Yes. Earlier, we have also seen J-type. Thank you. Then I'll talk about some parasites. Parasites is a organism living in another organism, obtaining nourishment while offering no benefit. So parasites there are truly external parasites like ticks, lice, and mites. Others are truly internal, such as liver flukes and kidney worms. And others are apparently internal. That means they live in the lumen of the gut, like roundworms. So many types of worms like tapeworm, roundworm, threadworm, gapeworm, cecal worm, eyeworm. So if you take parasite types, there are single-celled ones like coccidia, leukocytozoan, and complex animals like worms and lice. Now, if you take life cycles, in some parasitic worms, life cycles are relatively simple, like large rounder, Ascaridega. It's very common. Even in breeder farms, it's very common. Simple life cycle where the adult lays eggs and it passes to the feces and goes to the ground and picked up by another bird, and the cycle repeats it. Then the importance of parasites is not the mortality, but there's production loss. Now, this is the production graph. This is the age in weeks, and this is the percentage end day production. You can see with the Ascaridiasis infection, the production goes down. That's the problem. Then another important parasite is this capillaria. Actually, this photo was sent to me. It was shared by Dr. Disna. So I appreciate it very much, because actually that's what we want from our veterinary investigation officers. So sharing their experiences so that we all can become enlightened. So it's also a important hairworm. So this can also affects production, and even it can affect the egg yolk color. So you get less yolk color, called platinum yolk. So this is also important. Then you get complex life cycles, more complicated life cycles. For example, Trilacina. So there you have intermediate host. For example, this Trilacina Echinobotrida is having beetles as intermediate hosts. So that's why this beetle control, the vermin control is important. The vermin can transmit worms as well as viruses and bacteria. So now with that basic introduction, I'll come to our topic, how to investigate a disease outbreak in a farm. So there's a saying that medication is blind without diagnosis, right? So especially I think in most of the practices, we have to go for medication, maybe without diagnosis, but in large scale farming, of course, you have to finally go to a definitive diagnosis and find solutions, like whether go to vaccination or whether there are repeated medications. You have to go, for example, in case of mycoplasma, every 3 weeks you have to repeat some medications. So our goal should be to diagnose the disease. So we have to consider various factors like mortality, morbidity, clinical signs, age and sex affected, impact on production. Then we have to assess the farm environment. So I'm going to talk a bit in detail about these factors. Now, the first thing we should know what is normal. Now you can see, when you see this bird, this is a normal bird with this round eye, no any secretions. You should know how to find out a normal bird. And obviously you can see in this bird, it's not normal. The eye shape is, it's not round. There are secretions likewise. So if we see something that is not normal, the other important thing is we should know whether this is actually a disease, so it's a reaction to something in the environment, right? So for example, now watch this video. Unfortunately, the video is playing here, but it's not playing in the. Can you help me? Because there's a video, it's playing in the laptop. Please observe this video clip. Can you tell me? Can you tell me what is the condition? See, can you guess what is the condition? How to go for full screen again? Can anyone tell? Shall we need to play that again? Can anyone guess what was the condition in that video? If you observe, it's actually due to heat stress. It's not a disease condition. There's another video. So this one. Of course, you can observe that there's a difficulty in breathing in this bird. But here, I'll play this one again. Now it's okay. See, actually, this is not a disease condition. Due to the heat stress, the birds are pale, right? So, this is one important thing. We have to know, we have to identify whether it's actually a disease or it's a management problem. Right. So, first we have to check out for non-infectious causes, like maybe air pollution, maybe high ammonia, maybe underventilation, especially in closed houses, heat stress, or maybe chilling during brooding. You will find a lot of injuries from maybe handling maybe fault equipment in modern mechanized poultry houses, because feeding is mechanized. Sometimes due to that, birds get injured. Electrical failures. Now it's very common. Overcrowding, water feed problems. This poor quality feed ingredients now very common in Sri Lanka. This adulterated feed ingredients, wrong formulations, uh, errors in the feed bill. These can cause certain conditions. Mold feed, mycotoxins are very common with the local corn harvest. So before deciding that this is a infectious disease, first we have to check out for non-infectious causes, right? Yes, it's from a closed house. Even in closed houses, you will find these heat stress conditions, because of course in our case now the closed houses are also not 100% there are certain parameters too. Sometimes because of the cost, the farmers, they haven't gone for the full specification. In that case, you will find such cases. And even sometimes when the outside temperature goes, say 36 degrees Celsius, then even cooling systems cannot handle such a situation when there's high humidity. So in that case also you will find such high breathing, panting situations. So now field considerations means, now for example, this is a GP farm, well isolated with biosecurity fencing, rat fencing. So very good bios. And again, we come across these low-cost houses, this coconut leaf roof houses, like these houses. So we have to consider about the housing condition. And then what we must realize is a field outbreak may be more complex than we think. For example, in the field, most poultry diseases are very complex. That means we think that now usually you don't find textbook diseases in the field. So it's always, it's a interaction of there's a primary pathogen, there are secondary pathogens, and the environment is also having involvement. So for example, MG with E. coli, so we call chronic respiratory disease, MG with IP, MG with ILT, LPI adeno, ORT E. coli. So especially in respiratory pathogens. So here in Dr. Jordan, in his respiratory conditions of the Powell book, says it's important to appreciate the multiple infections, okay, in which more than one respiratory pathogen acts concomitantly to cause disease of the respiratory system. So we have to have this idea of the complexity of the disease outbreak. For example, now what we see is CRT, mortality and morbidity. So giving antibiotics and temporarily suppressing the condition is not enough. It will not go a long way. So that's why you need to, find out all the other environmental factors which I told you, like how they brood, how they grow, then other viruses. So that's why the serology comes to important. Then vaccinations, other diseases like E. coli, is all together will cause CRT, because CRTs, as we have learn not only Mycoplasma plus E. coli. Maybe this immunosuppressive diseases may be playing a part. Maybe these environmental factors may be playing a part. In order to totally eliminate the condition from the farm, you have to address all the aspects, not only the antibiotics. So that's what the message I want to communicate to you here. Now, this is also very important. Now, these three diseases are called immunosuppressive triad: Marek's disease, chicken anemia, gum. So, in a breed operation, you have to have a sound vaccination program against these diseases. As well as in these two diseases, you have to monitor your vaccination program and you have to have your baseline titers. I'll come to that in later. So these three diseases, along with other immunosuppressive factors such as mycotoxins, maybe lack of biosecurity, improper nutrition, stress, will cause immunosuppression. If this happens, you will see a lot of infectious disease manifestations. So now this is actually the slide from Dr. Zavala. So ensuring adequate protection against these three immunosuppressive diseases, IBDV, CIVV, MDV, will not directly solve all respiratory problems, but it will certainly provide a strong foundation to bring to minimize the potential expression of infectious respiratory problems, right? So our basic of our vaccination program is the proper protection from these three diseases. Otherwise, you cannot continue a long-lived breeder farm. Then environmental factors. So it's generally accepted that if a grower maintains the proper house temperature and air quality, the likelihood of problems with respiratory diseases will be lower. Now, for example, as Dr. Nimal asked, now I showed you a video of that panting birds in a closed house. It was happening because the house, there were not enough number of fans in that house. So birds are continuously panting. So in that case, there's a more likelihood of having respiratory diseases or other diseases. So, for example, this is the ammonia concentration and this is the number of air sac lesions, percentage of air sac lesions. You can see when it goes about 20%, the percentage of air sac lesions becomes higher. For example, at 50 ppm ammonia, say 60% of birds are having air sac lesions, right? So even if a grower ends up with respiratory disease challenge, the severity can be lessened with proper environment management. So especially in closed house management, when there's a disease condition, we have to, look at the environment profile also, because these houses are having all climate computers. You can get the climate data. The graph like this you can get the graph from these climate computers, which are in closed houses. So you can observe what is happening usually during the late or early morning hours. The temperature goes down. So such conditions are having effect on disease manifestation. Only your medication will not work. You have to correct the this environment parameters also. Now, then we'll talk about our diagnostic approach. So, usually the field diagnostic procedure, number one is getting information and taking history, then how to conduct an investigation and making diagnosis and follow-up, right? So you have to go to the field, you have to go to the farm and into the poultry house. So it's a must. I think now, most of the veterinary office situation, if the farmer brings the carcass, EICs, I think you may face this problem because it's sometimes, most of the time, with your experience, you can diagnose disease, but sometimes you have to visit the actual poultry house. Now, I talk a bit on history taking anamnesis. So it's very helpful to the veterinarian. So what we want is the timeline of what happened. So I have shown you the timeline of infectious disease. So in order to identify the disease, because it's different in different diseases, so timeline is important. So do not assume something is irrelevant or insignificant. And especially the farm staff will give you the most important details will be given by the person who is handling the birds, not the owner. Right? So documentation is of course important, but this of course we all miss this part. Even I most of the time do not take notes like this, but it's very important to have documentation like the owner's name, number, type of specimens, crop particulars, disease particulars, performance particulars, just like that, right? Then this is a useful checklist in a farm. You have to see how isolated the farm is, the biosecurity and the physical security level, then their vermin control, their waste disposal systems, because there may be reinfection from the carcasses, how the personnel movements, quality of the equipment, feederers, waterers, how they brood, litter condition, dropping condition is very important. Then farm housekeeping, lighting program, even now broilers need lighting programs, then the performance production of the birds, vaccination program, medications, obvious disease problems, and overall farm evaluation. So you can use this as a useful checklist in your farm visits. Now, then actually when conducting the investigation, you have to go into the poultry house and environment observation, and measurement is also important. You have to have some equipment like thermometers, thermohygrometers are there, wind speed meters. Now, this is an image of a thermal camera. Now, thermal camera is a very, it's costly, but it's an important equipment, and even a camera can be fitted to your smartphone, and it will work as thermal camera. In heat stress conditions, with the thermal camera, you can identify where the heat is coming from, right? So that's the importance of thermal camera, right? So antemortem examination, postmortem, then the specimen and sample collection. Now, for this measurement taking, you need few instruments like this. A very important meter, we call this Kestrel. It can measure temperature, humidity, and wind speed. Then this is a spot thermometer. So in a closed house, these factors are very important. Then in a closed house, there are simple pressure meters, because the closed house should have a standard negative pressure. So if it's not there, the wind speed is not there, and birds will suffer. So you have to measure that. And now there are data loggers, which can, data logger means it can real-time collect temperature, humidity data. It's like a pen drive, and you can hang it in the poultry house. and say within 24 hours, it will collect all the data and you can take it back and plug into your computer. So you can see the graph, what has happened, what is the temperature and humidity during those periods. And most importantly, you have to watch the birds, the bird observing of the bird behavior. Then, as I earlier told you, the environment observation is also important, not only the house, maybe there may be water bodies near the poultry house, like that. And again, the house system, there are various house systems like this high-rise battery cages, then the simple houses like that, those houses, various housing systems. So each housing system has its own problems. Then the farm management practices, especially brooding, especially if the brooding goes wrong, the whole flock, it's difficult to correct the whole flock. So there are various brooding methods. So you have to observe. So then we come to the bird observation. We have to go into the poultry house with proper precautions. Better if in the breeder farms we we change our all street clothes and take a full body shower and change into farm uniforms. But at least if you can change your footwear, it's better. Now, when you observe the bird, now for example, now these are old broiler breeders. So this is not a disease condition. Sometimes their feathers have been removed. Naturally, it's removed if there's higher mating activity. Naturally, this feather removal is there. Then external examination of the birds. So this should be done in a logical or systematic way. The first thing, we have to observe the flock as a whole. Right? So the flock as a whole. Before entering into the poultry house, so even you can see the sound of the birds. Right? Especially in brooding, you should know the birds are happy or not. Experience, you can get that. Then observation of the individual birds. One simple way is to start from the head and slowly work around the body towards the tail, right? Feeling abnormalities. Abnormalities are, sometimes abnormal colors, maybe shapes or swellings, presence of heat, presence of pain, like these cardinal signs of inflammation. Maybe skin parasites, the lesions, injuries, discharges, right? So this is the observation of the living bird. Then now you have to use all your sensors for observations. So they say this is 5 sensors of a good stockman. All your 5 sensors: sight, hearing, smell. You can smell maybe ammonia. You can smell even taste, because sometimes we have to taste the water and feed. Because if you provide to the bird, why not? You should also be able to taste it. So this is very important, right? So what I'm going to just introduce is usually we narrow our examination just to the birds, but the large scale farming, it will not work. So you have to use all your sensors for your observation. So now there are very good reference books. These are not textbooks, because these things are not in textbooks. Now these are published by a company called Roodbron in the Netherlands. Poultry signals, broiler signals, breeder signals, hatchery signals, layer signals, and there's a signal series, right? So some of the pictures I got from these books. So they will tell you how to observe for signals. What they say is just go to the, just don't hurry, go to the poultry house, sit there for some time and let, because otherwise the bird will not behave normally. When they are afraid, they will not behave normally. If it's having labored breathing, now if you go there and if it's afraid, he will breathe normally. So in order to observe an abnormality, uh, so these books are useful reference. Then now for example, if it's a respiratory disease, you may observe nasal exudates, ocular discharge, conjunctivitis, swelling eyelids, or swollen head, and sounds like growl, sneaking. Sneaking means they shake the head, sneezing, rattling. A lot of terms describing this respiratory signs. Now, another thing, this examination of droppings of feces is also very important, right? So first you have to know what a normal dropping look like. Now, this is a normal fecal dropping and this is a normal cecal dropping. You can see it's having a urate deposition, white color urate deposition. So this observations of droppings will give us a good picture of the condition of the birds, right? So you have to look for its consistency, fluidity, color, even smell. So that's one area where new veterinarians, when they come to sometimes for internship training or something, they are reluctant to sometimes abandon poultry practice, because otherwise without this you cannot diagnose diseases. Blood is diarrhea feces, is cecal dropping with you can see gas bubbles. There are, for example, now this dropping, you can see undigested maize particles. So this is a malabsorption syndrome. This is another very good picture of malabsorption syndrome. You can see this papaya color droppings. Orange mucus is sign of the, maybe due to various reasons, maybe Rio, maybe other bacterial conditions. This is bleeding of the first part. You get black color because the blood is digested. This is Iberia tenella. It's very common. See, here you have the urates, then green color bile. So in a scope or renal IV, nephropathogenic IV, you get this kind of drop. So there are. So this is from this root bond that is publisher I mentioned. So a lot of pictures like this, right? Just gave you few examples. So this is cecal dropping, excessive gases bacteria in the cecal. For example, a spirochete called brachyspiral was this condition. That is regarding droppings. Then we come to our topic, postmortem examination. So we have to have knowledge of diseases, symptoms, and lesions, systematic plan for examination of the bird's body, identification of vital organs and the body structure, and collection of specimens, and maybe possible in situ tests like rapid plate activation test, those things you do rapid tests, right? Then before post-mortem, the preparation of the carcass is important. You have to dip the carcass in a surfactant. It's good to have a disinfectant included like that, right? Dip the body of the chicken from the neck down with the solution. This is to keep feathers and dander away from the examination field. And we have to have sample postmortem record, which is giving you record of the postmortems. And in the postmortem, so procedure we will discuss practical, and then you will find lot of lesions like this. I have put some of the lesions which I have seen, like this is a trachea, you can see liver, hepatitis, castle, ventriculus, vein, trachea, likewise vesical tonsils. Is a tracheal bifurcation having a gaseous plug. Kidneys, likewise, depending on the knowledge of the pathogenicity of the diseases, you can come to a conclusion. Then another important thing, there's a thing called bursameter. I have one that I'll show you. So now I talked about immunosuppression. So this bursameter can help us to measure immunosuppression. You know, in long-lived birds, the bursa reaches its maximum size when the birds are 8 weeks old, and then it regresses. When the birds reach sexual maturity, it's almost regressed. So depending on the size, because there's a normal size, and if it's regress means it's smaller than that, right? So with the bursa, so they say the integrity of the bursa is a good indicator of immune competence in sexually immature birds, because in sexually mature birds it's regressed, normal color. And even if you don't have bursameter, you can use a ruler. In the absence of immunosuppressive infections, the bursa reaches its maximum size around 8 weeks of age. So in breeders, it's a practical point where you can observe whether they have undergone immunosuppression. Now, if I summarize, I have talked so far. Now, with this, what we can come to is a tentative, right? So history with that all, then data on the environment, then antemortem and postmortem findings. We can come to a differential diagnosis and shortlisting, and then we need a tentative diagnosis to start the treatment. So in textbooks, you know, there are, you get differential diagnosis lists like this. For example, disregarding respiratory diseases. For example, if you have facial swelling, it says ND no, IB no, AI yes, infectious coryza yes, in mycoplasma maybe yes. These guidelines will help you, right? Then this is why I told you this incubation and disease course. When we take the history, that's why it's very important to question, you know, the staff of the farm and get when the actually disease started, when you saw the clinical signs, such information. Because, for example, you see, usually for viral diseases, depending on the disease, this incubation time and the disease course time is different. So it will help us. This knowledge of this incubation times and course time will help us to, you know, shortlist our diagnosis, right? because of time, I cannot go into detail. Again, for example, the summary of differential diagnosis regarding these 4 respiratory diseases, NDIP, CRT, and IC. For example, speed of spread in the flock. ND is very rapid, IB is very rapid. CRT, it's slow, but it's persistent. IC, you can say it's moderate to rapid. Likewise, duration of signs, 2 weeks, right? These charts are you can find in textbooks. So these are very important to summarize your differential diagnosis. Then, if it's a respiratory disease, you see, for example, distress breathing, abnormal sounds, abnormal posture, sudden death. Then we have to see whether it's slow onset or moderate onset or sudden onset, likewise. Then these are the findings. Maybe facial swelling, GC exudate. Depending on that, we can shortlist our differential diagnosis list, right? For other, for example, GI diseases also, such lists are there. Now, if it's a doubtful case, you have to go for laboratory consultation, right? So, field examination plus postmortem examination plus laboratory tests are needed for confirmation. So, I must talk about the limitations of field diagnosis. So that's why I told you first, with only a postmortem examination, you cannot, go so far. For example, what are the limitations? Incomplete observation or findings. Something is happening. Presence of more than one pathogen and possible environment interactions. Then masking effect of ongoing treatment processes. Sometimes when we go there, the farmer we have already started antibiotic. So the caution is, do not attempt to identify all poultry diseases in the field. Only limited number of diseases can be accurately diagnosed without laboratory aid. So sometimes as field veterinarians, we try to diagnose all the diseases by ourselves, but it's not practical. So impossible. So we have to source for laboratory aids. So always start with first with the tentative diagnosis, and you have to follow with laboratory tests, because in large scale farms it's very important, because otherwise you cannot business. Now then I'll talk a bit about sample collection. Now easiest sample is serum from the flock. So now we need paired samples for diagnosis. So at least 10 to 14 days apart. So that's why during our first visit it's better to take blood samples because it will help later, right? Now again, in a gross house, large scale farm, our random sampling is important. You have to sample. Now, for example, for ELISA, it requires say 23 samples minimum. So, now, for example, 12 samples from this diagonal and another 12 samples from this diagonal, likewise, right? So, this random sampling is important. Otherwise, you will find a disease which is having low disease. Then, actually 0.5 to 1.5 milliliter blood is sufficient in a 3 ml syringe. It will lead 0.1 to 7 ml serum, which is sufficient for ELISA. So, you have to let the serum separate for 1 to 2 hours by accurate coagulation, and always label the samples properly. I think I don't need to tell you because it's knowing. And for short-term storage, you can store in a normal refrigerator. In the laboratory, it's better to keep it in -20. And diluted serum samples can be kept long. Now, here you can see, usually it's stored in this tubes. This is a good sample. These are hemolyzed samples. This is a hemolyzed sample. So we have to send the lab a serum sample like this, because lab cannot do ELISA with the hemolyzed sample, right? So this is a good sample. So we take ELISA. ELISA, I think you are all familiar with ELISA. So we can use ELISA to evaluate our vaccination program, to monitor day-old chick maternal antibodies, to predict vaccination date in the case of Gamboro, then detecting an infection as well as in disease control and eradication. So this ELISA machine, and these are the ELISA reagents we need, microtiter plates and micropipettes. And ELISA experts are one of the experts is so diseases of which ELISA can be done in Sri Lanka, right? So number of diseases you can do ELISA. IBD, ND, IB, Rio, AE, ARP, EDS, CAV, TM, Salmonella, MG, MS, ORT, Astro, FME1, REV, ILT, ALVJ. So altogether here 18 diseases, even more kits are available. These are the common ones which we use. You use more kits than so many diseases, you can get the help of ELISA in diagnosing so many diseases. Then the most important thing is the interpretation of ELISA results. Right now, first we must check its validity, whether it's a valid test. So to check the validity, these kits use positive and negative controls. Some kits use what we call a reference control. So, for example, this is a ELISA report. This is the histogram, and it will give you the mean titer, minimum, maximum titer, geometric mean titer, coefficient of variation, likewise. And now the reference control means now it's a reagent given by the manufacturer, and you put that into the one of the microtiter plates. So it should give a value between the given standard titer range. For example, now here it's 4,663. So it's within 3,000 and 7,000. So it's a valid test. So the first thing, if the lab has used reference control, first thing you have to check whether it's a valid test, right? Now, for example, here, but here it's in the range, here it's not in the range. So this report you have to abandon, something like that. Then for the interpretation to be correct, we need minimum 23 samples. Higher the better, but depending on economic reasons, we have to adhere to this number. It's recommended by the manufacturers. Then, in a breeder farm, vaccination baselines are a very good tool in finding whether there is a disease outbreak. So, what are vaccination baselines? Vaccination baselines are, it can be derived from the ELISA software. It's something like this. Here, what we have done is, now for a certain period, for 1 or 2 years, with the same vaccination program, we have checked flocks which are between 26 weeks and 29 weeks for ND. And we will collect a database, right? For example, 10, 15 flocks, right? So it will give you a mean theta for all flocks, some value like this. Minimum mean theta, maximum mean theta, and a coefficient of variation. So this is our baseline. So the idea is, if we follow the same vaccination program within this age, this flock also should give you a theta readings of equal to, more or less equal to this value. So that is the idea. Even for disease like IBV, you can arrive at such baseline values. So for breeder farm, it's of value. So now when you interpret an ELISA, for example, this is IBD, Gamboro, it has a mean theta, then CV. You see, in this ELISA report, actually, depending on the vaccination program, they have given a target theta. So it's quite easy to interpret. Target should be between 2,000 and 6,500. So it's almost there, and the target CV should be between 20 and 50, 35. So we can say it's proper vaccination. So usually, if you take the CV, if it's below 40, we say excellent vaccination, 40, 60 good, and above 60 need to improve. Then these ELISA manufacturers, they will supply you with the baseline, standard baseline chart like this. For example, if you take IBV, they say if with the one live IB vaccine like H120, after 3 to 5 weeks, you get between 1,000 and 2,000 titers with this specific ELISA. And also here you can see they have given another value called VI index. So VI index is vaccination index. So vaccination index means simply they have divided the mean titer by the CV. So it's called the vaccination titer. The usefulness of VI index is when the flock is vaccinated. For example, IPV, this is the inactive, with the live and inactivated vaccines, you get between 6,000 and 12,000 titers after 5 to 8 weeks. So the VI index is between 50 and 300. But if VI is above 300, you can suspect of a possible infection by breaking the vaccination immunity. So that is the important, right? Then if you take broiler breeder farms, you will do ELISA. This example in various ages, like at day 1, 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 18 weeks, likewise for various diseases, right? Because we have around 18 kits available for disease diagnosis. So this is a model program. Broilers, it's quite easy, simple. Diseases like IBD, NDV, IPV, VO, you can do ELISA if you want to 6 days and later. at the age of culling. Then after that, I'll come to diagnosis of bacterial diseases. So in order to confirm the diagnosis, we require the isolation of the causative bacterium from the lesions. So when we do postmortems, we can directly take the samples from the postmortem samples. So for that, this swabs are sterile swabs are very much important. For example, if you find out septicemia, you can take samples from liver, heart, or blood and send to the lab. So you can expect results after 24 hours, initial results. And finally, we request for antibiogram. And so it determines which bacterium the antibiotic, the bacterium is either sensitive or intermediately sensitive or resistant. And so usually it takes 48 hours, but we cannot wait that long. So at our first visit, we have to prescribe medications depending on our experience. Otherwise, if we wait, it will make the disease worse. Then we can go for antibiotherapy. So it should be rational antibiotherapy. Now, there was this old book, I think its name is Rational Antibiotherapy. It's from this Siva vaccine company, I think most of it. So in that, I found this nice quote: hit it quick, hit it hard, and hit it for long enough. So it has meaning. Strike quickly, strike hard, and for a long time with the antibiotic. If you use antibiotics, because we know antibiotics, if you take, there are bactericidal. That means this is time. This is the bacterial count. It will knock out to 0. That is bactericidal. So bacteriostatic means the count will not increase. It will be stabilized. And again, in antibiotic treatment, you must see that the antibiotic use which you use is whether it's bacteriostatic or bactericidal. This is from that book, Rational Antibiotherapy. You see, then again, you see there are dose-dependent antibiotics and time-dependent antibiotics. So time-dependent antibiotics, if you are using, the proper time frame is important, otherwise it will not work, because we have a very limited repertoire of antibiotics. So the wise rational usage is of utmost importance. Then I'll come for testing methods for viruses. The gold standard is using electron microscope, but it's impossible, it's not available. Then good thing that we can see intranuclear or intracytoplasmic inclusion bodies. For example, IBH inclusion body hepatitis, certain viral diseases, you can see these inclusion bodies with the light microscope. Then there are immunohistochemical methods, and antibodies form after 10 to 14 days. So heme agglutination inhibition, and commonly in the field, ELISA is used, right? So recently, PCR become a very useful diagnostic tool. Now, this is a slide from a presentation which says the sample type for specific pathogen detection. Because of time limitation, I will not take much time. For example, for diseases like AI, IB, ND, Solon head syndrome, ILT, MG, trachea, lungs, spleen. Likewise, you can get these charts from textbooks. then finally you will get a report like this after few days, right? So now, for example, here this sample is tissue samples. They have done embryonic chicken egg manipulation and heme agglutation in agglutation inhibition tests have done, and they have identified it as even if it's a negative and Newcastle disease first. So this is the test report we get from the laboratory, and then we have to do our follow-up, and this RT-PCR has become a very helpful tool. And in order to send the sample, sometimes for some diseases we cannot test here in Sri Lanka, so you have to send them abroad. So you can use these FDA cards. So FDA cards are they contain chemicals that lyse cells, denatured proteins. So the virus is no more infectious. Virus or bacteria is no more infectious. So you can send even it with can courier them. Then, for example, these respiratory diseases. One common sample is tracheal swab, oropharyngeal swab, as well as this corneal cleft swab. These are important. Again, cecal tonsils are also a good sample to identify most of the viral pathogens like NB. Right. Finally, for histopathology, you have to collect samples in 10% formalin buffered to pH 7. Then, not that all, especially in large scale operations, this is very important. You have to collect environmental samples like the water, if it's from a well, the well water, air samples. You can use agar plates. There are now ready-made agar plates which can use drinking water from the nipple drinkers or bell drinkers, litter samples, feed samples, fluff samples from hatchery, fluff sample. And again, soaps. You can use surface soaps to measure the effectiveness of the cleaning and disinfection process of the farm. Right? These are also important. Now, if I summarize so far, we have talked about anamnesis, or history taking, then the farm inspection, the post-mortem, differential diagnosis, laboratory diagnosis, treatment plan, then the differential diagnosis with the laboratory findings, and we have to evaluate our treatment plan with the laboratory report, final diagnosis, and final treatments, right? So that I have covered so far. Then I'll go for a case study because I think I have about 20 minutes. Now please listen to this case study. So you have to do the differential diagnosis. Now this is a broiler breeder, right? At laying stage. It's a multi-egg farm having environment control closed houses 40 by 400. Houses are parallel to each other. It's all farm, distance between houses only 40 feet, right? So we saw sudden onset of respiratory signs. And mortality also started. 10 birds per day and rose up to say 80 birds per day. And in one flock, which progressed to several other flocks in adjacent houses, right? Now it started in, for example, this flock, BR 100, 38 weeks, then to BR 99, 47 weeks. Then these simultaneously, the birds show these signs, this 31 weeks old and this 54 weeks old. There's a production drop, but we didn't find any egg abnormality, right? So it's the same bird, right? I'll show you again. That's how the this clinical science manifests. Okay. Now, these are the external signs we found. You see, eyes, frothy eyes, labeled within you saw, foamy eyes, right? Sometimes it's closed. Now, this is male mortality. This is female mortality. This is day one of the disease phase. Day one of so the disease signs. This is mortality. This is the first block, right? 38 weeks old. Started with 10 deaths and within 5-6 days rose to 85. And it declined. And within 10-12 days, again the flock recovered. Then the adjacent house, the same. Then the another two houses, 31 and 54 weeks old. So you can see, but within 28 days, the entire episode was over, right? Again, you can see the similar pattern in male and female because these are broiler breeders, both males and females are there, right? So this is the mortality pattern. Then this is the female mortality pattern because I want to show what we immediately we started amoxicillin because it's our anybody would do that, and then later after 4 days we switched on to tilmicocin when we got the laboratory results. Biobuster is a disinfectant, so we used that also. So this is our treatment because we didn't wait till laboratory results. Immediately we start the broad spectrum antibiotic like amoxicillin, right? Then these are the some of the post-mortem signs. You see conjunctivitis, tracheitis, even blood in the trachea, In other areas, actually, they have no any reason to show, right? Then this is the production pattern, right? Because in broiler breeders, every day you take the 10-day production. So the 10-week production, you see a clear pattern. This batch affected at say 38 weeks, so it's a drop. This batch affected 47, this drop, right? This is a young batch. It affected just when it's reaching peak production. So it recovered, nicely recovered. But this older batch, 54 weeks batch, it didn't recover, right? So that is the production. Because what I'm trying to show you is how we collect the data and the important data, right? Now this is the vaccination program. So in that vaccination program, so many vaccines. You have vaccinated for almost all the diseases. Then can you just I'll just jot down your differential diagnosis. Start from doctor. IB. Others may help. because you can put anything in differential diagnosis. No? Everybody agree with Dr. Chitana? IIT, so in order to make differential diagnosis, you have to have a number of other. And we have other few diseases. I think so many diseases you can mention, no? Can you please tell me few diseases? I put Fowl-pox, yes.
Fowl-pox, wet form or diphtheria.
Wet form, yes. I agree with you. Okay. Okay, shall I proceed then? Because I mean, it's very, now if you can directly 100% say like this ILT, it's brilliant. I expected that answer, but we'll see what is the result, right? With the experience, of course, you can derive such a conclusion, but we'll see what's our investigation reveal. Now, if you list out, as I told you, you can list out so many diseases, even NT, IP, IIT is there, Fowl-pox is there, AI, maybe AI, no, even AI can be in this list. Avian metapneumovirus, likewise, bacteria, mycoplasma, you can include, no, this ORT, there's a huge list, right? You can include, right? So now these are from textbooks. For example, if you suspect mycoplasma, this is the mycoplasma egg drop pattern because it's a chronic infection. When you treat, it goes up, again it comes down like that. Now this is, if it's IB, this is the egg drop observed with IB. For example, this is at onset of lay, this is at maximum of lay, this is in middle of lay, like that. Now, I refer this book is also very useful for diseases from malarial company. So this graph is there. A crop observed during avian metapneumovirus. So even avian metapneumovirus can be put as a differential diagnosis, right? So what we did was we took samples and we sent to the lab. And before that, I'll give you their previous records, right? They have done analysis for ILT when this particular block, the block in which the disease first started, at 24 weeks. During that time, it was negative, right? Even for avian metapneumovirus, they have tested the block. It was also 100% negative, right? They have done 25 samples. Then, as their routine analysis, they have checked at 28 weeks for IBV. It's the normal picture for the palm. This NDV, it's also a good protection at 28 weeks. Now, this disease occurred at 36 weeks. So, one thing we did in our differential diagnosis, Number one was AI, because we are very afraid of AI. So we did ELISA for AI. We did 30 samples and it was negative, 100% negative. So AI ruled out. Then, as you told you, we did ILT. This is 36 weeks at the onset of the signs, and 39 weeks. You see this thing. So it clearly shows zero conversion. So, so one thing we can conclude, there's a ILT is there. But we didn't stop there. We also did ELISA for APV, avian pneumovirus, so avian metapneumovirus. Between 36, 39, you can see not much difference. Even here 4 negative, here 10 negative, like that, right? And also we did ELISA for what? Ornithobacterium rhinotracheae, bacteria at 39. We found it's also positive, right? It's also positive. So what I am going to show you that in such a disease outbreak in a large scale breeder farm, we cannot, we have to check all the possibilities, right? Because they are very valuable birds. And then what we was, we took samples and with FDA cards, we sent them to a foreign lab for PCR, because we want to confirm, because the PCR is the golden standard. So because these PCRs are not available here, no? So you can see this PCR sample was positive for avian metapneumovirus, right? But the sample which we sent, it was negative for ILT. But we cannot say it's not ILT because it's very difficult to capture the virus, because you have to take the sample at the very proper time if you want to capture the virus, right? So there's another one file, right? You see, now if we thought that it's only ILT, and if we remain there, we may not find this one, because you see, we have to use all the available testing methods. Because you see, for this avian pneumovirus, there was no much difference from serology, but in PCR it was positive, so it's also there. Then though it's negative for ILT, the ELISA serology clearly showed ILT. Then this is for Ornithobacterium rhinotracheae, FDA card. It's also detected. It's also positive. So what I want to show you is I started with stressing the complexity of field cases now, because always we tend to diagnose like that. When we see signs, we just say this is ILT. But if you go to further diagnosis like this with available tools, you will find such situations. So that's why we need all the available tools should be used for diagnosis. Right? So finally, actually these are the bacteriology results. They found Moraxella and Proteus. So Moraxella and Proteus are also poultry pathogenic. You can find they live as microbial contaminants in poultry farms. Proteus and Moraxella, they are also pathogenic, and they are also they cause lesions. That's why antibiotic treatment is needed, because one can say it's a viral disease, why you go for antibiotic treatment. But these are in the farm environment, and these are act as secondary agents. So without treating them, you cannot control the disease. So they have done antibiogram also. So finally, we thought that it's like ORT was there, AP was there, uh, because this is actually what the laboratory, this is from the laboratory report, because they say possible complication with other pathogens like ILTV, because from that PCR the lab didn't identify ILTV, so that's why they didn't use this in the this main diagnosis. So that's why our country, our industry needs PCR facilities for diseases like this, especially ILTV, MPV, ORT, because now this FDA samples you cannot every day send to a foreign laboratory. So if we had a nearby laboratory, we would have diagnosed ILT. So I think this case will show you the complex nature of the present disease scenario in large scale farms, right? So because I think these pathogens are now there in the country. So now then my final part, I'll just take few minutes to talk about the constraints. So what I see the biggest constraint is not availability of PCR. PCR is very common in other countries. Still we don't have, no? You have, no? Right. BRI is having, no? It's very good now. Then again, another thing is now we go for a lot of ELISA only, no? So that is measuring humoral immunity, antibody-mediated immunity. There's no any means of assessing cell-mediated immunity. So it's another thing. Then now regarding vaccines, now still this coccidiosis vaccine is a problem in the field because it's still under user permit. No, so the vaccine expires in 6 months. When we get the vaccine to the country, maybe only 1 month available. So a lot of mortality in breeder farms due to coccidiosis. I think if this vaccine can be an open market vaccine, a lot of hundreds of mortality can be prevented. Then in other countries, of course, this fowl adenovirus problem, the present fowl adenovirus problem, they mainly these autogenous killed vaccines are the, because country to country, the serotypes are changing. So now the present killed vaccine gives us some protection, but not 100%. Then there are vaccines for even metapneumovirus, even ORT, ILT. So these diseases are now present in the country. So we because vaccines are needed. And another thought is now if you take, in order to treat these diseases, we have very few tools, very few antibiotics. I agree, because of this emerging antibiotic resistance, we have to go for that. You have so many groups of antibiotics in other countries they use like that, but say in beta lactams we have only amoxicillin. Then peptide, earlier we had colistin, vancomycin, now no more. Lincosamide, no. Fluoromutilins, only we have tiamylin. Tergitamycin earlier used. In maplite group we have tylosin, and this newer drug tilmicocin is there. So these are good for staph, strep, because these are commonly available. Even spirocheta is commonly available. Then you have neomycin, gut active neomycin. So these gut pathogens. Then tetracyclines, you have CTC, OTC, doxy available. Chloramphenicol, of course. Yes. Several sulfonamides available and trimethoprim available. and quinolones we have flumaquine, endotoxin. So actually these are the only list of antibiotics I think which available. No, not more. No. So what I see is we have because most of the pathogens, most of the bacteria are now resistant to most of the antibiotics. So I think you will agree with me. So it's a huge problem. Now in the literature and we see that there are some antibiotics only used for poultry. Like one example is the stilvalocin. It's only used for poultry. You can use for many diseases like CRT, necrotic enteritis, Bactris spira. So what I suggest is, can't we have some rotation like thing? Now now you have banned several antibiotics, right? Then there are no any tools to fight with the emerging bacteria. So we can, if we can do, for example, you stop tylosin, then you give us still velocin. Because otherwise, if this continues, there will no any antibiotic available to treat diseases because all will be resistant. My suggestion is, can't we something like we stop one thing and introduce a new thing. So that is a new antibiotic. The bacteria will killed by that. No, I think. Don't you think it's a good suggestion? So with that, I conclude. I hope that I finished in 9:30 to 11:30 exact time frame. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kamlat, for your very valuable and very descriptive lecture. Actually, he covers all the areas of disease diagnosis, not only the clinical science, but also with various diagnostic techniques. So thank you very much, Dr. Kamlat. Actually, I know you are very tired, but with our some of the technical difficulties, now we have little bit change our agenda. So we are going to have Q&A session. I know you all are having very good questions to be asked from our expert panel. So I cordially invite our expert panel, Dr. Nimal Jayavira, Additional Director Generals of Animal Health, Dr. Hemal Kotalavala, Director, Veterinary Research Institute, Dr. Chintana Karunaratna, Veterinary Investigation Officer in Variapola, VIC, and also he is also a poultry specialist, and Dr. Gamlat, now you all know him, and Dr. Kavindra Vijayagunawardana, he is a senior lecturer from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. So I cordially invite all our expert panel to be in the front table, and now it is open for Q&A session. Please ask your questions. Online participants also can be participated for Q&A session. Thank you. Please listen. Online participants, please raise your hands and ask your questions.
Can I ask a question? So just you raise your hand. Those who are getting postmortem postmortem carcasses. I don't expect the DIUs, PSS. You are from here. What's your age? Huh? Which range? Oh, okay. There are a lot of poultry, mainly broiler. Both layers. Roughly how many carcasses per day you are receiving? Poultry carcasses? Layer or broiler? Have you come across any condition you diagnose? A lot, I think. Mainly they have very can come to some conclusion. There are some conditions which are sometimes mysterious. So did you find anything new from the presentation? Did you get something new? Huh? Okay, who else? Yeah, probably they are getting from the government funds. Yeah. Those who are getting from the field, yes, of course, I know. But I know that there are some places you don't get gold. Because some of them are these problems are addressed by company in large scale farms. They have their own consulting company. They give that service. You raise your hand. Let's raise some hands. Yeah. So you are from which range?
Padu. Padu.
Area.
Most of, but and there are some large scale poultry farms also. PIOs there most of the time. Cases, but we get one or two per week usually. Fowl pox, coccidiosis, E. coli. Most of the time I get advice from Dr. Saman PIO. The other conditions like sour. Panicat also. And vaccinations also.
Mainly bacteria.
Yeah. But we come across is mainly bacteria.
When do the postmortem, did you get any worm infestation? No, they do regular fever.
Yeah, sir, because nowadays, most of the time we give under projects and those things for some of the projects and we give trainings also.
Are they small scale or medium scale?
Small scale, sir.
Roughly how many birds per?
10 to 15. So they normally, now they are adapted to give treatments and
Do they vaccinate against medical?
vaccinations. They don't do normally, but we have the vaccines now in the office. So most of the time we try to give the vaccines.
So now, so far, yeah, but only insurgents getting samples from village. But yeah, anyone who is getting commercial work, if we were in the field in the morning, there are about 10 to 20 birds in the morning. Now you know that because it's getting more commercialized, a lot of companies are getting involved. Many companies have got their own pets, they are providing research and information. Other reason is our pets are also not right. They are not updated. No? It's a very dynamic field. Even I also can't if I have not time for a years, I am going to outage. That is the reason. But must know, must be ready. Okay, so
We are having some online participants asking questions. Dr. Mackinton, now you can ask your question. To whom you are directing your question? Dr. Mackinton, please speak. Dr. Iresha, you are asking a question. So to whom you are directing your question, Dr. Iresha? Please speak. Yeah. Dr. Iresha, please unmute your microphone. Can you hear me? Okay, till they are joining us, please ask a question.
Dr. Palika asked a question to chat box. Even here also people can put in the chat box if they are not ready to speak.
A question directing to Dr. Javier. In Dr. Kamla's lecture, conclude some of the things. He told there are a lot of antibiotic resistance emerging for currently using antibiotics at the moment. So whether we are having any other solutions to obtain antibiotic approval antibiotics for Sri Lanka. So, so I'm asking the additional Director General Animal Health whether we are having any solutions for that.
I asked was now, when antibiotics are available for the treatment, disease first, right? Now, I suggest this now. Antibiotics not so we use more. This is very successful. Now, answer. So we answer. So now there are so many new antibiotics in other countries. They use that solely for poultry usage, right? Only for poultry usage. But I am suggesting is now you must we are aware of antibiotic resistance. We are responsible. So my suggestion is we will stop, for example, say tylosin. Now most of the resistant to tylosin. You stop tylosin and allow a new one like tilvalocin. Tilvalocin is very common in other countries, right? You stop that one and you allow tilvalocin. So I am not asked because in the field, the general idea is that department is not allowing new antibiotics. But if it goes like that, there will be no poultry industry left because these antibiotics, these microorganisms become resistant. So what my suggestion is, you stop one or two existing using antibiotics and allow new one. I think the experts like Dr. Palika also will agree with me because now these new ones, our bacteria are susceptible. They will be killed without using these so-called resistant antibiotics. So that's my suggestion.
Yes, I think I'm not sure whether we have rejected any antibiotic. I'm sure whether somebody has made an application. Number one. So because it is usually decided by the Drug Control Authority or a committee, there is no such general conclusion that we don't allow new antibiotics. That's number one. And the other issue is the antimicrobial resistance is a very complex issue. Say for example, if we stop one thing and we allow another one, that will be also, I think, going vain after a couple of weeks. So any antimicrobial, the microbe will develop resistance. That's the usage. Other one is we haven't done very thorough surveillance study to see which antibiotic develop which level of resistance. So that is one thing. Actually, we were supposed to start this type of study about maybe 1 or 2 years back with the very fund active, but unfortunately that was withdrawn. So we are waiting for funds. Actually, we have the plan. Actually, they have got the plan to do this surveillance study. That is one part lacking. For example, we have done a couple of studies on ad hoc basis. Say for example, when I was in the VRI, we did one study and we found at that time amoxicillin. At that time, amoxicillin was a useless drug for E. coli. Maybe it's responding well for other species of bacteria, but it was not good for. But we haven't done a comprehensive study so far. That is, maybe Dr. Gamlat is saying the tylosin is not a good drug at the moment based on his own experience. But we want to see whether that resistance is everywhere. And other one, are you referring to the tylosin used as a feed additive or a treatment basis?
Now tylosin is very commonly used as a prophylactic drug in because without any disease, the farmers are they are used to use this drug because we know in Sri Lanka for broilers first 3 days a lot of farmers give antibiotics. So I think it's not necessary. If your chick quality is good, you don't need antibiotics for the first 3 days. Because so that is one of the reasons why a lot of antibiotic resistance is occurring because everybody is using. So my suggestion is, as an example, I mentioned a drug like tyrosine. It's unlike amoxicillin. It's only used for certain kinds of pathogens too. So maybe we can ban that one for a certain period, say for 2 years, and allow another new one like tilvalocin. Tilvalocin is a new one which is used in other countries, which is in the same group. So you can allow that one. So it will kill, the bacteria which is resistant to. You have to have a study. You have to have a study. As a suggestion, I am telling you, because what I see is in another, say, few years, there are no any antibiotic to treat the diseases because in the field, we are working with, very valuable birds. Say 10,000 breeder flock means now 70,000 US dollars value, day one old value. So we have to have antibiotics to treat this valuable birds, no? Because there's no any time for getting a user permit and importing. There's no any time. So, or else the other thing, for example, for breeder farms, if you allow without the disease to import certain quantity, say we can give you our bird number for say certain period, 6 months, as a prophylactic measure. We don't use that in case of disease. We have, because otherwise when a disease occurs, getting a user permit and importing, that will not work. These infectious diseases are, we call it a disease explosion. So even not a day, even few hours is important in treatment. So that is my concern.
Yeah. We can take that suggestion. I mean, particularly that suggestion, but it is better if you also can write to the VDCA, because to my understanding, nobody has applied this particular drug so far. And the other thing is, we are not issuing antibiotics under user permit. So generally we do not. And but we can think of registration, no problem. The other one, which is very important, I think, you are saying that there should be some policy. Say, for example, we are going to stop tyrosine for 2 years, like that. That is good. So that also can be considered. Yes. So I'll take this message. Thank you.
So there's in the field there is a lot of antibiotic used by firstly farmers, then in another drug shops. We are catching the tail of the disease. How can we diagnose when we sample go to the VIC and we can't get the what is the uses antibiotic? They are negative for antibiotic resistance. How can we challenge this situation because of treating antibiotic for various person? Example in drug shops and other farmers, and sample come from the after that we can send the sample for the VICs. Even there, we can get the results after treating the antibiotics. First, farmers go for treating antibiotics. This is flux. Then thereafter, we can get the sample. We can't identify what is the disease going on, and we send the sample for the VIC also. How can we challenge this situation?
How to?
Challenge. How can we? How can we challenge this situation when the farm?
I am sorry, the voice is not clear.
First, farmers treated by antibiotics. So then we get what the sample. Then we sample sent for the VIC. Then sample is negative for the pathogens.
Yes.
How can we challenge this situation? Then how to educate these farmers and.
Well, you mean before?
I mean, this is we have to use the other than culture in an PCR or ELISA somewhere. We have to develop like.
Well, what I told you was, when we are summoned for a case, we go, we observe and do postmortems, and after that, we come to a tentative diagnosis and we prescribe the antibiotic, right? And also, we send samples for laboratory analysis. So, you are asking is you mean before the wet farmer is
treated, yeah.
So, unfortunately, that I cannot answer, no?
No. I think we have to go for using for the technique like ELISA or someone in the VAC.
Yeah, I think you were asking that the farmers have already treated with antibiotics. So when you do a bacterial culture in the VIC, that gives the negative results, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in that case, of course, one thing is you can go for histopathology.
Yeah,
So histopathology is available in the VRI as well as in the faculty, I guess. So the cellular changes could be seen over there. And the other thing, as Professor Gamlat told, so you can go for PCR or some other serological diagnosis, because bacteriology will not give results over there because it's already treated.
Actually, this is the biggest reason for this emerging antibiotic resistance. This unresponsible usage of antibiotics by farmers. So, as veterinarians, we are also, facing a lot of difficulties, as explained by doctor. So, actually, from the legal framework, is there any possibility of at least minimizing such practices?
Responsible use.
Yeah. Irresponsible use, actually, we must have a very good network. So we have not, I think, addressed this well so far, because we were trying actually. The initial step was because like for human pharmaceuticals, they have pharmacies, but for antimicrobials of veterinary use, we have mainly farm shops. They are not regulated. Farm shops are everywhere, but they are not even registered. So about 2 years back, we have started a registration system, but the main requirement was standards. There should be some standard. There should be a trained person. So we have even prepared a syllabus to give such training. But because of the COVID, we couldn't do. For example, we have collected most of the information from about 2 to 3 provinces, including the southern province. All the farm shops of the retails, they are with them. So I think in the near future, they will start this training for the dispenser. At least the dispenser must be trained. Then he will be given a certificate. He will be given the required knowledge to issue antibiotic and all that. Then till then, the oral antibiotics, actually, we say it should be stored only in pharmacies, but that is not practicable because everybody can't go to pharmacies, and other thing is the pharmacies with human pharmaceutical, some of them they don't like to store and do that business. So because of these reasons, we have deliberately allow these farm shops to do this antibiotic store and sale, except injectables. But in some cases, injectables also we have noticed. Still, that is there. So other thing is, the pharmaceutical companies themselves, they directly go to the farm and put these antimicrobials. That is also there. So the other regulatory mechanism we have started about 3 to 4 years back is getting all the distribution details from the distributor or the importing company to issue the next import permit for the next consignment. So that is still practice. So, but there are some lapses. Still, there are some lapses because when we get some complaint only, we go and do some raids, and in that case only we take some action. So yes, there is a lack of implementation of the regulations. So we have to address that to minimize these malpractices or the irresponsible use. So that is still there.
Now we are having a question from online participant. Dr. Gayani is directing that question to Dr. Gamla. She is asking whether we can have the disease diagnosis based on ELISA baseline provided by the test kit or on-farm baseline. What is the preference?
Yeah, usually if you have on-farm baselines, that is the best. But in order to have on-farm baselines, you have to collect the data at least say 5-10 batches or even more, higher the better. You have to have a set of data. And your vaccination program also should be same. Otherwise, if you change the vaccination program also, these baseline titers will be changed. So the on-farm data, in the absence of on-farm data, as a second better source, you can use the company baselines.
Okay, Dr. Gamlat, thank you. Actually, my question is not regarding to the disease diagnosis. Nowadays, we are having some crisis in fuel and the current situation, that means power supply. So in the management in hatcheries and closed house, I'm sure they are facing a lot of problems. So what kind of recommendation can you given for them to manage the flock without having that current, that means power supply, continuous power supply, and sometimes they are having the crisis in diesel, that means they cannot run their generators. So there are many problems in the poultry industry. So what kind of suggestions you can give?
Yes. Now, actually, most of the large-scale farms are used to these closed houses and having standby generators. So, in the absence of electricity, one thing you can practice is you can reduce the stocking density, because in closed houses, what we have, you can reduce the stocking density and use as a open house. That's the, and also you can consider in your formulations about the dietary electrolyte balance, because definitely, say, broiler birds, they will face heat stress situation. So we have to, then there will be metabolic alkalosis. So in order to correct this condition from the nutrition side, nutritionists can consider the proper dietary electrolyte balance. And the other measures we use, the supplements, then frequent flushing of your drink lines will provide cool water. Then even in open houses, not much you can do, but at least without power, closed house will become an open house. So then it will be open house management.
Thank you, Dr. Gamlat. If you don't have any more questions, so we are going to wind up the Q&A session. So I am thankful to all our expertise who have participated for that Q&A session. And we will have a break now. And after that, we will have that post-mortem session after half an hour. That means 12:40. So online participants, please wait and join with us at 12:40 with the post-mortem session. Thank you.
හරි ඉන්න පොඩ්ඩක් නෑ මාළුක් කරමු නෑ නෑ අපි බඩු ගන්න තියෙනවා අර පැත්තට ඌට මේ හරි මේ බඩු ගත්තට පස්සේ අපිට සෙටප් ඕන් කරගත්තට පස්සේ ඒක ඔක්කොම හිත දාන්නකෝ ටිකමදුනේ තියෙන්නේ රවුන්ඩ් එක විනාඩි 10ක් මම ඉස්සරහට ගහලා හරි ඒක පාටි
Check one. Check one. Check
Check
one.
one test.
Check one. Check
Check
one.
one test one.
Check one.
Check. Check. Check one. Check one. Check 1 2 3. Check. Check 1 2 3. Test. Test one. Test. Test. Test one. Test one. Test one. 1, 2, 3. Test. ලේසි හරියට බැලන්ස් කරගන්න.
වැඩේ තියෙන දන්නේ නැහැ නේද? එතකොට මම දැන් දන්නවා ගායකට වස්සේ.
ගම්මියෙන් අහගන්න ඕන.
මම හොරෙක් ගහගත්ත ආගන්න කියලා.
හරි. ඔක්කොම පටන් ගන්න තියෙන. කවුද දන්නේ පළවෙනි එක කරන්නේ?
අර කටි තාමාරේ.
මෙතන ඔක්කොම හරි. පොඩ්ඩක් දාලා සෙට් කරන්න.
චෙක් කරලා දෙන්නකො දෙන්න විතරයි මම කරා දුන්නා.
Check it. Check one. Check 1, 2, 3. Test. Check one. Check one. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. Are they?
Check, check one, check. Check, 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 check. Check one, check one, please. Check one. Testing one. Okay. Oh, I don't remember this. Mana kawan? Ah, meten sih pernah hari. Aku nanti hewan itu. Mati katen tu kok? Katen. Hari. Oh, ada table lo dek keadaan. Tusarin. Tusarin no. Palika madam, tusarin no. Ah, right, right, it's okay. Oh. Right, okay, we can start this. Okay.
Iya, kapan lesi? Harus datang hari meeting. What today?
Right, shall we start this?
Oh,
Okay. Right, so I am going to demonstrate how to do the postmortem over here, the poultry postmortem. So in the morning, of course, you had a very detailed lecture about performing poultry postmortem. So imagine now you have got a carcass over here. So the first thing, as mentioned in the morning's lecture, so you have to do a field study, the farm study, and you have to collect history. So provided that all this information have been gathered, so we'll get into the dissection of the animal. First, when you get a carcass, you have to collect almost all the details. So recording is very, very important, because once you perform a necropsy, you would be able to perform a necropsy only once, right? So imagine this animal. So you would be able to perform the necropsy only once. You won't be able to perform it again and get all the information necessary for that one. Therefore, you have to perform it and collect almost all the information possible. For that, you need to have some sort of a format. For the collection of data, you need to have some sort of a format. And this is, of course, one of the format that we are using for mammals as well. So they should include, I mean, the date of necropsy, then the farm number, the breed, age, sex of the bird, and other production details as well. And of course, then there should be a history. So you can get the history from the farmer, and or sometimes you might can observe the history. Then of course, other details you have to collect in a systematic manner, and you need some assistance for that one. So while somebody is performing the necropsy, another person can write and the details, right? So generally, whatever the abnormalities that you see, almost all the abnormalities that you see, you should write it over here. So later you can decide whether that would be useful for you or not for the diagnosis. But whatever the abnormalities you see, you have to record it over there. Right? And Dr. Kotalaval and Dr. Gamlat, if I miss something, please correct me. Okay, Dr. Chintika said that. So the first thing is, of course, when you get the carcass, so you have to dip it in water, preferably water, or some sort of a what do you call some sort of a solution where the dandruff as well as the down plumage will not get contaminate the area. So fortunately, this carcass, of course, there are less number of feathers, so it's much easier. Then, of course, from the tip of the beak to the, I mean, the toes, you have to do the external examination. So you can open the beak and check for any hemorrhages, the blood discharges, or whether there are any, I mean, in the case of pox viruses, there would be some lesions, pox over there. Sometimes there would be parasites. Then, of course, this is the wattle and the comb. So that would be giving an idea about the PCV of the animal, right? So the color is important, whether it is cyanotic, whether it is pale, you can check over there. Then, of course, the eyes and the intraorbital sinuses, you can check. In the Hardian gland also, you can check whether there are any abnormalities over here. Then you can squeeze like this, right? So you can squeeze and see whether any discharges are coming over there. So you can record whether it is serous or purulent or catarrhal. Those things can be recorded. Then, of course, the ear, you can check, right? Then, of course, you go like that, right? And you have to check whether there is discoloration of the skin, whether there are any hemorrhagic patches, and don't forget about the external parasites, right? So you go on like this. For example, in this one, you can see in this thigh area, there's a bruise, right? So there's a bruise, so it shows as a discoloration. Likewise, whether there are any fractures. So sometimes it is neglected, bitten by some predators or attacked by some wild animals or predators. All these things should be recorded and examined, right? So once all this is done, the proper external examination is done, then you can enter into the animal. You can cut open and get entered to the animal. So for that purpose, you need the instruments. Basically, you need a rat tooth forceps as well as a scalpel and a scissor. Basically, these are the things that you need. But other instruments, of course, you can have something like bone cutter or something like that. It would facilitate your process. Then, of course, you will be approaching the animal from the ventral side. You have to place the animal in this manner in a ventral aspect. Then, of course, you can dislocate, okay? Yeah, the hip joint from there. Then, of course, you take the scissors and hold it like this. Then you cut along the skin. You go up to the breast area and up to the neck area. So you have to be careful over here. Sometimes if the crop is filled, you need to take precautions not to cut the crop as well, because it will contaminate the carcass. Okay? So you expose the breast muscles like this, and you cut along the thigh area. Over here you can see, you can cut along the thigh area. And of course, you can see subcutaneous hemorrhages. So over here, you can see some few hemorrhages, as well as in the skin area, you can see some discoloration in the thigh area. Right? Likewise, you cut along this one, you go along and remove the skin as much as possible up to the hook joint. Right? So while you are cutting, you can observe any abnormalities and you can record them. Go on like this. It's very easy to skin a bird, not like a mammalian species. So then you can do take few minutes and you can extend it up to the neck area as well, like this. Again, as I mentioned, you have to make sure that the crop will be not cut, right? So if the crop is filled, again, that will be cut while you're cutting like this, right? Okay. Then, of course, you can see the, the breast muscles over here, right? And as well as the coelomic muscles over here. Then the thigh area is exposed, right? So you can check for any hemorrhages because there are certain diseases. They would be specifically showing hemorrhages in the breast muscles as well as the thigh area, right? So you have to examine whether there are any hemorrhages. So over here you can see some bruise, so probably caused by blunt object probably. And over here you can see some hemorrhages, right? So those things should be recorded preferably. Then of course, once we have finished it, so these muscles, of course, the breast muscles, over here the keel is there. So if the animal is emaciated, the keel will be prominent, as well as if it is having any, what you call heat stress or heat stroke, isn't it? So you would be able to see this parboiled appearance over here, or sometimes muscles degeneration and necrosis could be seen over here. But for me, of course, it looks very quite normal. Then, of course, very carefully you remove the breast muscle. Okay. This, you cut it from this area. Yeah, over here sometimes it would be good if you have a bone cutter, a small bone cutter, because the clavicle over here you need some bone cutter to cut it at open. So take your time and you can expose the bones. It's a hard bone over here. Right. Okay, so I have removed the breast muscle. So all the internal organs are now exposed. Then of course you can cut down as well towards the cloaca. Right? So over here you can see the fat. So this is abdominal fat. So that gives an idea this animal is well fed. It is not emaciated, right? So it was in a good plane of nutrition. Okay. So after that, you can examine. In situ examination can be done, whether they are in the fibrin or this is the liver, whether there are any discoloration of the liver, or whether there are any pus. Those things can be observed over here. Yeah. So after that, you have to take the liver out. Right. So for that one, you need a forceps, that tooth forceps, forceps. So carefully you dissect and remove the liver. Keep the liver separately. Then this is the spleen. Again, you can remove the spleen. Right, and you can keep it separately. Then, of course, this is the heart. You can examine the heart. At the same time, over here, you can see the air sacs, right? So, the breast muscles. So, you can check whether there are any color difference or whether there are any hemorrhages and so on. Then, of course, you can examine the heart, take of the heart. You can take of the heart carefully. So, the shape and the size of the heart is important. And the surface, you have to check for any abnormalities, whether there are any fibrin depositions. If there are fibrin depositions, of course, it would be seen as white color, opaqueness could be seen over there. Same in the liver as well. Then, of course, you can take out the intestines and abdominal organs. So you need another tray over there or another instrument over there. Likewise, you remove the organs. Then, of course, you can see the coelomic cavity and parts of the air sacs as well. And those are the kidneys and those are the testicles, right? So you can see those things. And over here, so this is covered with some adipose tissue. You can see over here, what can you see over here? What is this? Yeah, bursa fabricius, yes. So I can remember Dr. Gamlat was telling that you can assess the bursa fabricius, what do you call the bursa scores, in fact, bursa meter, yes, using the bursa meter, the immune level of the animal can be examined. And over here you have got the kidneys. So kidney assessment is very important in the case of, for example, infectious bronchitis, IB. So you would be able to see sometimes the deposition of urate crystals. So you can expose the kidneys and you can examine them. So you can very carefully, you can take them out. Right. So before moving into anything else, I'll just show you how to take hard blood for what do you call microbiology. Tushar, can you come? Yeah. So if this is the heart, preferably it's better if you can do while the heart is inside the animal. So I'll just keep it. Imagine now the heart is not taken. So what you need is actually, you can have a syringe to get hard blood if the hard blood is not clotted. But if you want some microbiology specimens, you need a swab, right? That's not swab, isn't it? Anyway, there is, yeah, I'll show you. So first of all, you need to disinfect the heart. Therefore, just will show, you need some alcohol. Isopropyl, yeah. Yes. Can you please right there. Yeah. Yes, you disinfect like this, right? So you disinfect like this, because that will, I mean, kill all the contaminant bacteria. If there are any contaminants from the intestines or from the respiratory tract, that will destroy them. Then, of course, you can insert from the disinfected area and draw some blood. And most of the time, if the animal is dead and been for a long time, it would be difficult for to draw blood. Or else what you can do is you can put a small slit somewhere over here with the disinfected scalpel, and imagine this is strap. You can take the strap inside and put it, and several times you can rotate it. Then immediately you can put it into the container or the test tube or the culture medium, and you have to label it properly. So that is very, very important. Yeah, so you can put it in exam, right? Right. So then, of course, you can take out the, I'm taking out the testis, right? So I could find only one testis, probably one feather there. Then you can carefully take out the kidneys. So kidneys normally it's embedded in the body cavity. So you can very carefully, you can take it out. So I prefer to use a scissor because scissor is more easy to manipulate, and then the scalpel, so you can easily take out the kidneys. Yeah, so this is important when you want to send samples to a VIC or to VRI, so you can take them and you can keep separately. Like this. You can remove that. Right. Okay. Then, before moving into other organs, I'll just show you how to send a sample for histopathology. I showed you how to take samples for virology and bacteriology. Then, of course, if you want to take for histopathology, you need 10% neutral buffered formalin, right? So 10% neutral buffered formalin, and preferably tissue cassettes. So these are might be available in the VICs, right? So this is a tissue cassette. So normally you have to take a sample. Imagine this is the kidney. So fortunately or unfortunately, this kidney doesn't have any lesions, which I can see. Now imagine over here there is some sort of a lesion. So what you have to do is you have to take a section about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeter or 1 inch section like this, comprising both the normal part and the abnormal part, right? So like this, you take a small section, 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter section, and you have to put it into formalin, right? So you have to put it into formalin. So the formalin volume should be at least 10 times the size of this sample, right? So if this sample is about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters, that is, if it is about, we'll say 2 milliliter size, then there should be at least 20 ml of formalin, right? Then apart from that, again, you can take another small section, from the same lesion, right? And you can place it in a and you can cover it. So always when you're labeling, use a pencil. Never use any permanent markers, never use any acetone based markers, felt pens, because during the processing, these tissue gases are going through xylene and certain other organic chemicals. So if it is written in a permanent marker, or if it is written in a acetone-based marker, while it is going through these chemicals, so that will be erased. Then after that, it's very difficult to find out which sample is this. So always use a pencil. For example, imagine we did it in VRI. So VRI sample 1, and this is kidney. You can write here. So you don't have almost all the information to write over here. So you can have a code name over here, and the report you can record the code name. So later on you can trace back over there, and you can find out which sample is this. Then you can keep it in the formalin like this, right? Okay. So that is the kidneys. Then of course, in order to check the heart, so you can do the external examination of the heart, as I mentioned previously. You can see whether there are any hemorrhages. Okay, so you can check for any hemorrhages. Then there will be 5 ring depositions, pericarditis. Those things can be checked over there. Then, in order to check whether there are any dilation of the heart, you can cut it like this. Whether there are any abnormalities, whether there are any necrotic areas, any failed areas, you can check that. Right? Any parasitic. Then of course the spleen also there. So spleen is normally, and I guess everybody is knowing this pathology. So I didn't mention that. So when you are checking an organ, there are 5 things that you have to check. I hope all can remember. So you have to check for the size, you can check for the consistency, texture, then you can check for the color, you can check for the shape and the location. Right? So those things should be applied for all those things. So whether the size is normal, whether the consistency or the texture is normal, whether the color is normal, and the shape is normal, you have to check. If there are any abnormalities, you have to report. So for example, this one is quite normal in size for me, but I mean, in certain diseases, of course, this would become very enlarged. Right? Yeah, bigger. Then, of course, the liver, you have to check whether there are any fibrin depositions, right? So there will be fibrin depositions, and especially in the case of salmonellosis, sometimes there would be color differences from bronze or yellowish color, right? So this one, I think it's quite normal, right? But over here, you can see some white discolorations. But I think it's most of the time post-mortem changes, right? So it's post-mortem changes. Other than that, the consistency is also quite normal because it's not friable, right? So you can move it and see. So sometimes if it is friable, so that means it's abnormal. Right? Okay. Any questions so far? Anything? Any questions? No. Right. Okay. Then of course you can go back to the carcass, right? So you can go back to the carcass, and now you are going to start from the oral cavity, right? So now the skin is removed from here. So you can go to the oral cavity, and what you do is you take the scissor, and normally scissors there is a pointed edge as well as a blunt edge. So you insert from this side and cut along the esophagus. Right? Okay. So while you are cutting along the esophagus, you can see whether there are any lesions. Over here, you can see there's some food particles. Okay. I think this animal's crop, it's empty, and over here the trachea is there. Right. So preferably you have to start. Okay, so over there. So right, so this animal's crop is empty. Why is it? Why the crop is empty? Yeah, so the crop is empty. Why is it? Yeah, probably it's starved before taking into the. Yeah, so this is the trachea. So you can cut along the trachea to the yeah, sex.
මේක total count එක. අපි වෙනම culture එක වෙනම එකක් කරා මෙතන.
You can cut along
අපි වෙනම
with
session එකක් කරනවා video
yeah,
නැතුව.
sex.
Dip slide.
Like this. Then of course you would be able to see whether there are any here. So it's bit reddish color, but for me it's I think it's normal, right? So yeah, so other than that it's normal, but you have to check whether there are any blood cause, hemorrhages, any parasites, any fibrine exudations, right? So those things should be over there. I hope you know what are fibrine exudation and how it appears like, right? Okay, so you have to check like that. Then you have to go on to the air sacs, and over here the lungs and the air sacs are there. So over here you can see this. There are some blood clots in the air sacs. Okay, can you see? Yeah. Right. So there are some blood clots even here. You can see them here, and the air sacs are also a bit reddish in color, dark in color. So normally it is salmon pink color, something like this. Your sardi, right? But it is much reddish in color. It's dark, so probably the animal might be having some respiratory difficulty, or maybe overbreathing might have caused it. Right? Okay, so there's some congestion in the lungs over here, as well as there are some hemorrhages also. So you can see some blood clots as well. Here, those are the blood clots. You can see some blood clots. Probably sometimes they are post-mortem clots. They come out easily, but anyway, you can see dark reddish color lungs and air sacs. Okay, right. Then of course, you can take the fishes. Right, so while you're doing, you can practice the bursa measurement. Then you can check for any hemorrhages externally, the size. So normally this is, you have to compare it with the age of this bird. I don't know the age of this bird, but you have to compare when you are really doing it. Right, then you have to cut open the bursa, right, bursa, and check whether there are any hemorrhages or any other atrophic changes. But this one is having these foldings in normal manner, as well as there's some mucus could be seen. Right, okay. So I'm not taking them because you can examine them, but when you're doing the examination, you can take samples for histopathology as well in the practical situation. Okay, right. Right. Then of course we need to check for the one of the important nerves, that is the sciatic nerve. So over here you can see some pinpoint hemorrhages. If somebody is interested, you can see them. Right. So in order to check the sciatic nerve, you have to along over here. Right. Remove the muscles, right? So you have to be careful because the sciatic nerves is running between two muscles. Can you remember the two muscles? Huh?
In between these two muscles.
Yeah, oh, it's over here. So over here you can see the nerve. So in the case of Marex, of course, you have to cut both sides, right? So the ventral sides, and you have to examine whether there is a size change and whether striations, whether they have become in a difference between the striations and so on, right? So over here you can see, yeah, here this is the sciatic nerve. So sciatic nerve is a must that you have to check in a poultry example. Okay. Right. So then, of course, in a fresh carcass, you can take the brain out and examine. Right. So I'm doing it a bit fast, but of course, when you're doing, you can take time and do. Right. So always select some very fresh carcasses, because all carcasses almost all the time there might be autolysis. Okay, so the required findings will be not there. So you take the head like this. Better when it is attached to the neck, otherwise it's a bit difficult to manipulate, because some people they just behead and take it. Then of course you cut along the intraorbital spaces, right, along the head area. Preferably you can have a small bone cutter for this purpose. It's a bit difficult with the like this. You can cut
නෑ මෙතන
along
නේද?
the brain,
යනවා කියලා කිව්වා මොකද?
skull.
ආයෙ
and you
කියන්නේ.
can-
මෙහෙ එනවා කියලා මටත් කිව්වේ නෑ කැමෙන් ආවද කියලා.
Yes, this is bit totalized actually. Much solid, right? So this is the brain over here. Right. So this is the brain. So Tushari, can you come? And yeah. So after exposing the brain, what you can do is, so you can ask somebody to hold, and of course turn it around, and never, when the brain is there, never try to take it out like this. Don't try to scoop it out. So always keep it upside down, and let it come along the gravity, right? So let it come along the gravity like this, right? Okay, right. And you can put it in formalin. So this one is of course little bit totalized, that's why it's liquid like. But if it is a fresh carcass, of course you would be able to take it like that, right? Okay. Okay. So you can try it. Who gave it? No, yeah, you can try it. Okay. So she will demonstrate how to use the FTA card from a liver specimen. Okay, right. So you have to take a swab from the liver, then you spread it in the designated area of the FTA card. Right. Okay. One is enough. Yes. How long you have to keep it? Yeah. Okay. Right. Then. Okay. So you have to do it again, Tushari. Right. So we are just going to show you how to take a swab for FTA card. Right. So you take a section, sample from the liver. You take a swab, and like what you did for microbiology. Yeah. Open. Right. Yes. Okay. So then this is a method of, transport. Yeah. Is a transportation of samples rather than, putting it a culture or a viral transport medium. Okay. All right. Right. So they will send the results of this one with the Zoom link. Okay, right. Then the other one is examination of the hog joint for yeah. So like this, especially for reoviral, you have to take samples from the hog joint, right? So you have to take a section of tendon from there. Right. Likewise, you have to check whether there are any hemorrhages or any purulent material over there. So that's very easy. And if you want to take samples, so you can take a small section of the tendon over here. Right. So over here, the tendon is there. Can you see this one? Right. So you can take a small tendon for virology for reoviral arthritis. Okay. Right. Right. So that is all we have to do with the carcass. Anything else that I missed? Yeah, lymph nodes, of course, over here you can see, but here it's not that prominent actually. Yeah, no lymph nodes actually. Spleen, of course, you can assess the immunity and all those things, right? Okay. Then you can keep the carcass aside or you can discard it. Shall we put it into the, yeah. Okay, right. Then you can take the intestines. So there's a reason that I took the intestine as last, because otherwise it will contaminate the uh, uh, microbial process. So you can take from the proventriculus gizzard area and you can spread the intestines. So you can have a space and you can spread it, right, like this. So over here you have to be careful to expose the cecum. So the ceca should be exposed, right, guys? This is the duodenum, and you can see the pancreas over here, right? Likewise, you cut through the mesenteries and expose the intestines. You can easily spread it. This, right? Spread it like this, right? And over here you can see the ceca. Yes, right. So the ceca is over here. So in coccidiosis, of course, you would be able to see in the cecal coccidiosis, there would be hemorrhages over here, right? So the mid gut also you would be able to see hemorrhages, but over here it's quite normal. Just the cecal contents can be seen. Then of course, if there are no any hemorrhages, so you can just cut open from one side, right? And check for the contents inside the intestines. So this is a normal animal. You can't see any changes over there, right? Likewise, and if you suspect for any coccidiosis, we don't have slides. Do we have cover slides? Right. Anyway, I'll just explain. So you can cut open the intestines, and if there are no any hemorrhages, or sometimes there might be hemorrhages, and if you want to confirm it as coccidiosis, so as in the morning, you can do some very small experiments in the field itself. So you can take a cover slip. Imagine this is a cover slip. You can just scrape it, right? So you can scrape it, and you can take another glass slide and put a drop of normal saline and keep it, and you can look under the microscope, right? So sometimes you would be able to see oocyst
Cover slip still not. Okay. It's okay. Some. Yeah. Yeah. So you have to adapt with whatever the facilities you have in the field. So that is okay. So you can scrape it like this. So you have to scrape it deeply, not the, I mean the contents, intestinal contents, but you have to scrape it deeply like this, and you can take it into a glass slide and put a drop of saline. And preferably if you have Lugol sidings, that's much better, because Lugol siding will increase the contrast, and you can put a cover slip and examine under the light microscope. So that is some sort of a rapid test that you can do to identify the coccidiosis. Okay, then of course you can cut along the cecum, right? So in order to check whether there are any hemorrhages or so on. So you can start from the cloacal end, and you can cut along, go along like this, right? So this is a core. What do we mean by core? You can see, I mean this, whatever the contents in the cecum, they become hardened and they form a small, a hard structure. But this is quite normal. But if it is hemorrhagic, and if you see hemorrhagic cause, not this one, of course, this is some blood clot, right? So that is what we call a cecal core, right? So this animal is quite normal. So you won't be able to see any enlargements or hemorrhages of the cecum. So what you can do is you can cut along like this up to the sac of the cecum, right? Okay, then you can enter the proventriculus and the gizzard, right? So you check for the proventriculus and gizzard. So this is food filled. So normally what we do is we just cut it, and since it is filled up with food, we just wash it, right? So unfortunately there's no tap over here. Anyway, just you wash it, and over here you have the proventricular gizzard junction. So over there you have to check for any hemorrhages, as well as in the proventriculus and the gizzard mucosae should be checked for any hemorrhages or any abnormalities, right? Right. Then of course sometimes we used to practice, I mean just to remove the gizzard mucosae, right? So and you can check whether there are any hemorrhages or whether any necrotic areas under the mucosa. Okay, all right. So I think I just explained almost all the things in the procedure of dissection and collecting samples. Anything that I missed? Yeah, so I think it's clear for you. And the main important thing is you have to go in a systematic manner. You have to check almost all the organs for any abnormalities. Then whatever the abnormalities, you have to record over here. And the other thing is sample collection. You have to collect the samples in a proper way for micro. Proventricular gizzard contents, right? And you have to send it to the government analyst, right? Right. Then the other thing is sample collection. Once you collect the samples for histopathology, you can collect them in formalin. So you can keep them in formalin for a long time. For virology, bacteriology, of course, you need to get swabs and you need to put it into the proper medium or to an FTA card. Then for toxicology, of course, you have to collect the samples and you have to keep them in frozen, right? So you should not put it in any chemicals. You have to keep it in frozen. Then if you are going for PCR, so the samples should be kept in frozen again, right? So you should not put any chemicals. There are some chemicals which are known as RNA late and so on. They are a bit expensive. Unless you are going for such chemicals, you can take the samples, you can put it into a sealer bag like this, and you can write again with a pencil and put it inside the bag then it will be not displaced, and label it, and you can keep it in freezer until it is sent to the laboratory for PCR examination. Okay. Okay, any questions? Anything that you need to ask me? Parasite eggs also, you can take the scrapings from the intestines unless you see the parasites over there, right? So as the exactly the same way that I explained for coccidiosis, you can take it and check whether there are any parasitic eggs, there are tricurious eggs, strongyloid eggs that can be examined. Preferably the mid-gut area and the duodenal area. So coccidiosis, of course, you have to take from cecum, mid-gut, and the duodenal area. Reporting. All right. You mean the final report? Yeah. So yeah. So imagine now you have collected almost all the information over here. So you can send for histopathology, so microbiology, and for parasitology, whatever, along with the history, right? So because sometimes I'm sorry to say, but for histopathology, sometimes a liver will be sent. I mean, not you, but sometimes a liver will be sent, just only the liver, and they tell write the cause of death, right? So it's very difficult. So almost all the, at least almost all the organs are needed, or at least the history is needed. Just by looking at the liver, it's very difficult to say. So when you are sending samples, you have to preferably send a copy of the necropsy report. Then once you get the results, so you have to write the cause of death. So you can combine almost all these diagnostic aids. You can use the PCR reports, bacteriology reports, and all those things. And you can give a diagnosis for the death of this poultry. It's quite different. Poultry, you are dealing with I mean a flock, large flock. So as Dr. Gamla told, so you have to go for a tentative diagnosis and start immediate the diagnosis. Then of course you have to go for a I mean you have to change the treatment protocol. So when you're writing a report for poultry, so you combine almost all these findings. Imagine there was liver necrotic areas, and when it is done by microbiology, it was positive for salmonellosis, right? So you combine them, and it is obvious that your diagnosis is salmonellosis, right? So just don't write salmonellosis. It's always better you write your treatment protocol or the advice for the farmers as well, right? So what you advise, whether go for a particular antibiotic or whether cull the herd, right? So whether contaminate, discontaminate the farm. So that should be also included over there as a comment section. Okay. It's quite different from writing a post-mortem for mammals, right? So mammals, of course, if time allows, I'll tell how to write a post-mortem report for mammal. Okay. Any other thing? Yes. Yes, madam.
How to do the necropsy and field paper.
Okay.
After this academic.
Okay. All right. So the next one is, of course, how to do a post-mortem in the field level. So they have to practice it, isn't it? Yeah. So it will be shown over there, the next table. So you can go over here and they will be demonstrating how to do it at the field level. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, if there are no any questions. I didn't miss anything, isn't it? Oh, still this is connected. Oh. Right. Oh, yeah. Hari.
Okay. 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 Just now you observed a detailed postmortem done in an academic way, but in the field, it's not the case. We don't have even tables. We have to improvise something, and during a very short time, we have to do so many carcasses, maybe 20, 30, 50, because much you cut open and observe, the better your diagnosis, right? So again, I must emphasize that there's not any standard way of doing a postmortem. Every poultry veterinarian, he developed his own way of doing a postmortem within several years, right? With that, in my case, I use these instruments, knife, blunt scissor, pointed scissor, rat tooth forceps, bone cutter, and the scalpel, right? So the first, because now you have observed a very detailed description, I will not go in the same procedure, but the first thing, of course, you have to observe the external examination, right? From tip of the beak to the end of the tail. So these are broiler birds. So as you explained, there are some bruises you can observe over here. And the carcass is getting bit putrefied here. You can observe the green color. And breast looks like normal, not thin, well grown. So you can mention that in your reports. And in the field, we can start from the I usually start from the eye, right? So the first one important thing is conjunctivitis. So you can observe conjunctivitis by observing the eye, right? So you can see some red color, and also the third eyelid is also here, you can see. So as earlier mentioned, the gland of Harderian gland is associated with this third eyelid. So you can observe conjunctivitis by just cut opening the conjunctiva. Then because when we do it in a quick way, in order to have, if there's a respiratory disease, of course you will get respiratory exudates. In this bird, you cannot observe such exudates, but in order to observe the nasal area, the nasal conchae, and the sinuses, you can cut the bird from the nostril. You can cut this area like this, right? And you can squeeze and see whether any mucus or respiratory secretions coming. In this case, it's not coming, right? So it's normal. Then we can start dissecting from the angle of the mouth, right? Right from here, and cut towards the along the neck towards the chest area, right? Now I have found, now most of the veterinarians, they then open it like that. But it's even easy if you can, hold it like this, and you can again cut from here to the, the breast area, right? So in the field, of course, usually we do these things very quickly. So now you can, observe the first the oral cavity, the tongue. These are important because, in mycotoxin conditions, especially T2 toxin, you get scabs, ulcer-like formations in the mouth cavity, right? Then when you open like this, you can observe the choanal cleft. So if you take samples, you can use, so usually samples from the choanal cleft at this stage you can take, right? So then you can observe the nature of the trachea. It looks normal, not hemorrhagic. So you can start opening the trachea. So in this case, you will observe a red color and some mucus. You see the bird must have some respiratory stress. Even due to heat stress, you may see such lesions, right? Then you can also observe the esophagus right over there, right? Then also other organs along the neck, thymus lobes, you can observe the both sides, right? Then especially in lay and breeder birds, if there are vaccination mistakes, because we give subcutaneous vaccination, you will find lump-like lesions in this area, because these vaccines should be given to the lower neck region. If you give it on the upper top of the head, this area, it will have a lesion, right? So these things you can quickly observe in this area, right? Then after that, you can start the opening the body. So you can have two cuts like this, and you can dislocate the femoral head. So it's important to observe the femoral head because there's a condition called femoral head necrosis. The bacteria, like some bacteria, Enterococcus cecorum, may cause such conditions, and so you have to observe for the intactness. After that, you can open the skin. In actually in the field, we very quickly remove the skin like this and observe for maybe hemorrhages or other lesions, right, in both the legs. In the field, we, because of time constraint, we very quickly open like this, right? So after that, we can start opening the carcass. So we manually remove the skin like this, right? So you can see now, look at the texture of the muscle. You see this white areas cooked like appearance. So it means this appearance occurs due to heat stress, right? This cooked appearance. So you can see that. Again, in breeder birds, now vaccinations are done to the breast muscle. Properly, it should be given between the superficial pectoral and deep pectoral. In order to observe the proper vaccination procedure, we can cut the breast muscle. This is the superficial pectoral, and then you can expose the deep pectoral. Usually the vaccines, killed vaccines should be in this region, distributed in this region. And sometimes in broiler breeders, you observe necrosed deep pectoral muscle, which is in green color, called green muscle disease. Such conditions, right? Again, you can even cut the deep pectoral and see whether the muscle tissue is in intact condition, right? So you must do that for both the sides, because these, in the case of breeders, these vaccines are given to the both the sides of the breast, right? So before opening, you can observe those aspects, right? Now, when you open the carcass, so you can cut along the, using the blunt scissor, you can cut along the muscle, not damaging internal structures, like this, in the both sides, and you can open like this, right? So initially we'll observe the heart, liver. Now when you take samples, you can take samples at this point, right? So the you can use bone cutter to cut along this clavicle area, so that you can turn the back, right? Like this. Even in broiler carcasses, it's not ossified, so that you can even cut and remove the entire breastbone, so you may observe the internal organs clearly, like this. Now you have seen that in this you can understand that there's no exact way of doing a postmortem, but depending on our requirement, we can right. Okay. Now you can clearly see the trachea coming, and the tracheal bifurcation you can clearly see, because in some diseases like IB, you get a the plug there, and you can here also, first you must observe whether the carcass is septicemic or not. Any like pericarditis, perihepatitis conditions, and then you can carefully you can even remove the heart, and you may observe for hemorrhages in the fat, and even you can cut the heart and see the function of the valves. So you can do those observations. Then now you can clearly see the bifurcation. And we can put our finger and raise the from the esophagus and cut from the proventriculus area, and you can carefully turn the internal organs to a side. During that, you can observe air sacs, right? Now these are air sacs, right? So you must observe for the clearness of the air sacs, because some diseases it will cause cloudy air sacs, right? These are the air sacs, and while removing, you can see the spleen. So these are the air sacs, right? You see, right? Then you can take this to a side. Use this one. Now you can observe the lungs. Now you can see usually when the lungs we call pink salmon color. So but sometimes you can see this hyperemic conditions. Sometimes usually because if the carcass, when the bird is dying, it's to one side, that side may get congested, right? So then you can this pluck the lungs like this and observe whether there's any secretions like that. Even you can in the field, we can just put the finger and we will pluck like this, right? We can get both the lungs, right? Like this. So in the field, we can do a small test. We just put this into a water, and if it's hardened due to pneumonia, so it will settle. And the good one with airfield, it's a simple test, right? Then you can observe the rib cage. You know, in some say in calcium phosphorus imbalances, you will see a condition called beaded ribs, right? Then you can see the lobes of kidney. So here you can see some urate deposition. You can see the testicles, ureters. See, see. Then we can see bursa of Fabricius. So as I told you, it's a bursa meter, and what we do is you can one thing we can cut it open now, we can just guess the size like this, right? The scoop. Okay. So after that, we can go along with the digestive tract. Now, this is the spleen. Digestive tract, of course, we can start from this end. So you see the cecal tonsils. It's better to always cut open the cecal tonsils and see any lesion, hemorrhages, because sometimes there are vaccination reactions. For example, you may see some pinpoint hemorrhages there, maybe due to, usually these birds are given vaccinations like ND, so it will cause these reactions. It's a sample for PCR. Then the will can extend the intestines. So the Meckel's diverticulum, it will mark the here Meckel's diverticulum. It separates jejunum from ileum. So first jejunum, then the ileum. So this also acts as a sort of immune organ, and so you can, if you have some, usually what I do is put a newspaper and now I am removing the kidney, sorry, liver, right? So this is duodenum, and between the duodenal loop you observe pancreas. So we have to consider whether the pancreas is maybe atrophied or not. In this case, it's normal. You can see the pancreas. Okay. Then gizzard and proventriculus, right? So we have to cut open the proventriculus and the gizzard. Usually I use hands to hold the organs. So we can take this gizzard contents into a strainer, and sometimes we wash and see what are the particles which it contains. Usually it's easy to observe if you wash these mucosal surfaces, right? Then you observe the this proventriculus, proventricular glands, whether there are hemorrhages on the glands, and the proventricular gizzard junction. In some diseases like Gamboro, you will get hemorrhages. Then this coiling layer, this layer is called coiling layer, especially in mycotoxin, toxins like T2, you get erosions in this layer. Sometimes those erosions even penetrate into the gizzard muscle. So you can wash it, you observe whether there are any erosions, and if sometimes the deeper erosions we call ulcers, they penetrate, and even you can observe when you peel off the
hyoid layer, right? Is that again the other important thing is the relative size of these organs are also very important. This is the size of the spleen, the size of the liver, because whether it's hepatomegaly, even size of the proventriculus, gizzard. Usually the birds, when you give mash feed, the size will be bigger. When you give pelleted feed, the size is small, like that, right? So then you have to open up the along the intestines and see whether any lesions like enteritis. So in the field, actually, there's no time for opening the entire length of the intestine. So first I open the duodenum area, and here you can see some hemorrhages in the area. Usually in broilers, what we observe is now presently our feed is not very good. It contains mycotoxins, so it will cause a sort of chronic intestine inflammation, because of course this is not normal, but in almost all the birds nowadays, when you open, you will observe such lesions. Then duodenum, ileum area, because necrotic enteritis also now very common, caused by Clostridia, right? So now the carcass is getting bit because if in a fresh carcass, it has a tone, muscle tone, because when it you after some time there's no any muscle tone, because it should recoil like that, right? When you open, right? So in several areas you can open and see. In long-lived birds, you will find roundworms, tapeworms in the intestine. Now the carcass is bit otolized, right? That area, and so you can observe, right, whether they are centrices. And the ceca is also important. In ceca, sometimes in long-lived birds, you find the cecal worm, heterarchis, usually in the tip, very thin worm, difficult to observe, right? So here actually it's normal, right? So in a field post-mortem, quickly you can observe those aspects. And furthermore, in broilers especially, one important thing is the bones, because the broilers need, you know, after 3-4 weeks, they have to stand on their legs, otherwise they cannot feed, right? So there are conditions like tibial dyschondroplasia. So you can observe such conditions. Now you may cut this like this, right? You see, now this is the normal tibia, right? When there's tibial dyschondroplasia, you see this, it's not properly ossified. So cartilage part extend to this area, right? So it's also common condition. If you cut open a lame, you go to a broiler farm, a lot of lame broiler, tibial dyschondroplasia condition, you can observe by that. So this hock joint, now we have here hock joint is also open, so you can observe the hock joint. Then another important thing, now we know Now this is conditions like chicken anemia, very important in young age. Up to 3 weeks, it will cause total immunosuppression, right? So simple way to check that is you can, cut open a long bone like humerus and you can observe in a because broilers are not hard, so you can even use scissor. Or now I have a bone cutter, so I lose the bone cutter. You can cut and observe the bone marrow. It's very red. If it's chicken anemia, it is yellow. So I think in the detailed demonstration, you have seen the sciatic nerve. You can observe after the cutting open these muscles. Of course, you see here for Marek's disease, it is edematized and losses striations. So the as I told you, other joints also you can just cut open and see whether there are any excretions. And even this feet, sometimes breeders, long-lived birds, you get bumblefoot condition. Sometimes you can cut open and see whether there are any pus like that. So I think in a quick post-mortem, you can do it in a very quick way, and just within few minutes you can complete, and you can when you identify certain lesion, you have to see whether in more birds you will find the same lesions. And if I mention few tools which we use for identification, so I'm done with the carcass now, so I'll remove my gloves. Can you hand on me that box? So this is this kit is a quick way of getting samples for bacteriology, right? So it's available in Sri Lanka. It's a product of one of the Sri Lankan microbiologists. So it contains a culture media like this, right? So so when we take, usually it's kept in the refrigerator, and when we take samples, we take it and so we can swab like this, and we can put it back and replace with the cap, and you can keep it in the room temperature. Within 24 hours, you can see bacterial cultures will develop. So if you want, there are about 6 such media bottles available. You can find out the total bacterial count, total coliform count, salmonella, yeast or mold count, E. coli count, Vibrio count. Now presently these are available. So it's a very quick method of identifying whether this E. coli or salmonella, right? We use that one for that purpose. So other than that, for the swab sample taking, we can use this swab and the medium, so that we can also this if we use virus transport media, VTM, we can send that for the detection of viruses. Right, I think that will conclude my, sorry.
After 24 hours, we have to tally.
Yes, after 24 hours, of course, you have to tally with this picture, and you get, you see these are the colonies. Even you can count the colonies depending on the surface which you swabbed. So it's a easy test which we used in the field, right? One will cost around 250 rupees. No. For one, you have, yeah. For example, for the total count, there's a separate one. Total coliform, separate one, like that. So I think this FDA cards already demonstrated. So I think that will conclude my demonstration. Thank you.
So shall we divide it into 4 groups, and we will give you one bird. One person can volunteer and do the postmortem because the time schedule, so we are not going to let you to do more birds. So one bird we will give you, and please divide it into 4 groups. And our expertise will guide you how to do the postmortem. So one person can volunteer. Okay.
මේ ඉන්නේ හොඳ කුකුලෙක් තමයි. Thymus area, you can observe thymus atrophy. In the case of chicken anemia, before 3 weeks, it's affected with chicken anemia. You can observe, sometimes you cannot find the thymus lobes even. That you can observe. Sorry? What I meant was these, you see along, these are ureters, right? This white color, that is urates. And even in the kidneys also, you see, it's not normal, right? See. Yeah, urates. You see, white color. Yeah. Okay. මේක අයින් කරන්න. ඕක ඇතුලේ ඇති. ඔව්. මේක අයින් කරමු නේ. ආකස් ස්පාට් එක ගන්න දාන්න.
So first we have to go for the external examination of the carcass, right? So here we can
oh, ඒ කියන්නේ අදාළ එකට මචං උදාහරණයක්
that we can get some color of the carcass, the paleness, if there is a layer birds, when we compare with the color, we can get some production stage, egg production stage.
නෑ ඔය හය නෙමෙයි මචං එකක් එකයි මේ මුළු බොටල් එක
කමන්නේ කරගෙන
එහෙම තියෙන්නේ
right. Then we can go to the external examination for any injury or bruises or any hemorrhages. Example for the chicken anemia disease, some blue wing disease, commonly called as blue wing disease. So we can get some idea about, and then cloacal area, the paste vent. So then we can get some idea about the diarrhea condition, like that. And then for the head area, so the previous one demonstrated already, and we can go for the any discharges and so internal discharges, sometimes like leukocyte zone infection. Sometimes there is a bloody discharges, so blood losing out, like that. Then other thing is, if you want to get sample, we can get some sample. This is choanal cleft. This sample. This is very good sample for the sample mycoplasmosis, like that. And other than that, we can. So there is any soaps? No soaps. No. So someone can hold those. This is good site for the mycoplasma diagnosis. So you can like, this is a cleft. This sample. And another sample is a cloacal soaps. I think this we know about the cloacal soaps for when we suspected avian influenza cases, HPI cases, like that. So before opening the carcass, we have to get cloacal sample or tracheal sample for the rapid diagnostic purpose. Yes, for the rapid diagnosis kit. Yeah.
This is transport. Cool box.
Yes, cool box. But for the mycoplasmosis, the special media. We have to use different media. So I demonstrate only collect the sample, but there are different media and other things. So then other thing, that special thing is for the food fat ulcers, or not in boiler, because most of the time for the layers, and the food fat ulcers may indicate about IB infections. And then
So you said that how do you differentiate that? You said that layer birds.
Yeah.
Looking at the skin muscles.
Yeah.
The stages we can identify. How can you just describe it? How do we
so
identify
laying,
yeah,
because that the color called the yellowish color, this xanthophyll, xanthophyll period. For the good layers, they are likely not a pineal gland. This is the, I think, color indicator, because of the most of the xanthophylls come from the feed. There's most of the yellow maize and some colorings may in the feed. Cause some slight yellowish color, but in good layers, that more yellow color is become to whitish color. So if there is a laying stage layer having the high yellow color, skin or in this area, the eye area, may indicate the low production, like that, just indicate. So then we can cut. This is the my way. Yeah? So there is a difference way to doing the postmortem. This is the my way. So I just, because we have to finish the quickly, some days, and we can dislocate the joints. Then we can put some incision here, the breast muscle or keel bone, between keel bone and the cloaca. So this, then we small cut this way. Then we can easily remove the skin this way. Right, if you want. So now we can examine in what if any lesions in the muscles, and also we can observe the thymus gland. This is the side. Right. Oh, I think that the globulator to and this side. And this leg muscle, any hemorrhages. So, example for the IBD and leukocyte zone, they are cause some chicken anemia and some in Marek's cases, folliculitis. You can visible this area, both sides for the folliculitis. And for examine the breast muscle, we can say some vitamin white muscles problems due to vitamin E and heat stress, and some other disease called salmonellosis, cook appearance. And then we can open the if you have a bone cutter something, we can remove this muscle, breast muscle. Must be right. Right, I will keep here.
This color is normal.
Yeah, this is normal. And we have to consider some post-mortem changes, that is the putrefaction or decompose of the carcass due to, and yes, this is also post-mortem changes. So they can remove organs by organs. First, I remove. If you want to get some sample from the heart, that sample we can get the syringe and we can get that sample from the heart. Even sometimes we use this way for the like Pasteurella, pulmonary like diseases. So we cut this way and put into the slide. There's an impression smear. So we can do the quick diagnosis. So just we can stain and see under microscope. This is GI tract. I think you are familiar with these organs, the lungs and kidney. These are male birds, testicles, and also what is this organ? Bursa. So this is the bursa meter. So using this one, we can measure the size of the bursa. Right? Number 5. So then we can open proventriculus and gizzard. That was it for me. I cut this way and this is. So this is we have to examine carefully because if there is there are some bleeding, hemorrhages and ulcerations and some hyperplasia of the glandular epithelium. What is the disease? Marek's disease. There is some glandular hyperplasia. But in the ND, Newcastle disease, there's a hemorrhages, but glandular tips papillae in what you call IBD, Johnson, the degenerative Johnson, and leukocytosome. The whole color is the hyperemia area. Sometimes there may be ulcers.
When you open, I can see the blood clots.
Where? In the proventriculus. No. Yeah. That's it. But I discuss on the lesions in proventriculus. For the leukocytosome, there may be a hyperemia the whole proventricular area, right? And other things, chicken anemia, CAV also some lesions in the ulcerative and hemorrhagic lesions in the proventriculus, involved in gizzard also. So then we can remove the gizzard layer, and then we can examine for the any ulceration or hemorrhages or any other lesions, especially what are the mycotoxins. Mycotoxins may cause some hemorrhages or ulceration of the gizzard. These are the thing. Another thing is we can get some idea about the musculature.
Chicken anemia, how can see?
For the chicken anemia, some hemorrhagic and ulcerations. It's all over, including the gizzard area also, but not in all cases. Some cases. Another thing is we can get some idea about the feeding pattern of the musculature. If there is a mash form animal is very hard and pelleted or crumble feed. And then we can go for the any lesions in the liver. But there are lesions in the liver. You know, this is some necrotic patches area. And for the intestine, we can open the intestine and see there are any enteritis conditions or any internal parasites, worms like that, and coccidiosis, other specialty, necrotic enteritis. Yeah. What you can say this lesion is a normal or abnormal? Abnormal. There are enteritis case infections. This area mild enteritis, and there are lesions in the liver also. And then this is the cecum. For using cecum, we can open first. We have to go for the cecal tonsils. This is the so-called tonsils, but we need a small scissor. Anyway, I will open. This is cecal tonsils. You know, the hemorrhages. There are some hemorrhages, but not much enlarged, but there are hemorrhages. And then we can open the cecum. So opening the cecum, we can get some disease like coccidiosis, Eichenheimeria tinella. Tinella infections is the target in the cecum part. And other thing is like salmonella like diseases. The cecal core. Salmonella may produce cecal core. And here there's a kidney, yeah, and hemorrhagic. So this hemorrhagic patches in the brain. What do you about we can say about the yes. No, not postmortem changes. This is a pale color but hemorrhagic. This lungs. Yes, but not urea deposit. This is normal. Yes, yes. Uric acid deposit we can see white color deposits, and in ureteria and kidney, and even in the other visceral organs. Right. Then other one is sciatic nerve. This is the nerve. So we can observe the both side. This is for the Marex. What is the so this is just like same size, no enlargement like that. But in Marek cases, there is an enlargement in the one side, only one side. But in this broiler birds, no ovary. Oh, it's a male one, no?
For the ovary one,
Yeah, for the over.
gender outside in broiler.
Broilers. Yes, we can go for the when sex in. There's a special instrument called sex in, and but in early age we cannot say externally. But if you want, we can go for the when sex in. Sorry. But in broilers, there's an early age we cannot say, but old age we can say because there's external features, know the wattle and comb development. And there are systems that the feather system, the day one all chicks we can determine the sex by using the primary and secondary feather follicles. There's a difference from the sex. Any other? So then we can other side. Size Venus. All right, okay. Then right. I can manage.
Yeah.
Right. We can examine the joint capsules, any pus accumulation or any secretions, especially for the staphylococcus infections. There may be a pus accumulation, but in mycoplasmosis, there is like the color is straw color, slight yellow color exudate, and some enlargement, edema. And for then we can get whole bone for the get idea about if there is a suspect as a chicken anemia disease. So we can get this bone and we can remove all the muscles. All right. Hari. Right. Bone okay. You have to cut this way. Bone cutter එක ගත්තානේ. බලමු මේකෙන් පුළුවන්. Bye.
I think now we are coming to the end of the session. The groups who are continue the diagnosis, you can do the postmortem continuously. But since the rain is coming, so we are going to wind up the session. I would like to pay vote of thanks for all the people who are participated here. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ruani Kalupahana, our Sri Lankan coordinator of One Health Poultry Hub. Without the financial support of One Health Poultry Hub, we may not be able to organize such a valuable event. So thanks Professor Ruani and One Health Poultry Hub. Next, I give my sincere thanks to our Director General, Dr. Hemali Kotalavala, giving continuous support in organizing this and presence here today. Thanks for your encouragement to make this event success. Also, thanks to Dr. Lakmali, our project coordinator of One Health Poultry Hub, for being with us and providing all the support throughout the period. I also thanks to our organizing committee, Dr. Susil Silva, Dr. Nimal Jayavira, Dr. Hemal Kotalavala, Dr. Nimal Priyankarage, Dr. Ajit Lianagama, Dr. Tikiri, Dr. Nishma and Dr. Udari for giving all the support to have such a fruitful session. I pay my special thanks to Dr. Gamlat, who is the main actor of this event. Without any hesitant, he accepted our invitation and come here with his busy schedule and spend his valuable time with us in giving very valuable lecture on poultry disease diagnosis, enabling our veterinarian to upgrade their knowledge in poultry. I also thanks to other resource persons, Dr. Nimal Jayavira, Dr. Hemal Kotalavala, Dr. Chintana Karunaratna, Dr. Kavindra Vijay Gunawardana, and Dr. Tushari for participation for Q&A session and for the postmortem diagnosis session, spending their valuable time to make this program more success. Without you, we may not be able to keep such an event. So I thankful all the participants who join with us physically and online. Thank for all. I especially thank to Dr. Nishma, who spent many days in organizing with this program. Without her tremendous support, this couldn't be reality. Thank you, Dr. Nishma. The last but not least, I thank to Dr. Bhagya, OIC of ICE, Mr. Kapila, multimedia team, and all other supporting staff who give their supports to make this program in success. Thank you.